What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Niels doesn't.
But
that will make him feel a lot better. Devon's loving it. Can Astbury now seal the win? Yes, he can. And it's a hard-fought win. Richie Burnett just needs a speaker. And fires in an 11-dart leg. Good marker. 4-10s. Finds the double, and Devon Petersen is underway here. Double 16 for a 1-5-2 for the match. That is how you do it. Just taking the time to set, almost flew out of his hand. Double 14. Clinical from Krcmar.
It's day two's worth of action in Group A. Welcome along to Portsmouth. It's the Modus Super Series as we head towards the end of Series 11. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the action. We've got a couple of players tied on 8 points following the first day's worth of play here in Portsmouth. So Tuesday could very much be a moving day, and we're going to be watching all of the action in the company of the former world champion Scott Mitchell. Always bright and breezy on this Tuesday morning, and yesterday, decent day of darts, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some good stuff yesterday, and I think the debutants did well early doors. And yeah, I think we have got a moving day on today, because I don't think, apart from probably Niels, who didn't settle very well at all yesterday, I think there's a move in there, up and down, and a lot are going to beat one another today.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the first day's worth of action, because as you can see, both Krcmar and Ryan Bransley, the two players tied at the top, 8 points respectively for them. Devon Petersen a couple behind, Richard Burnett, Dan Astbury and Niels Heinsoe with work to do on Tuesday. Let's begin by talking about Boris. First time we've seen him here this year. I think we had expectations that he was going to take to this tournament quite well, and there was early evidence of that, wasn't there, yesterday?
There was. I mean, it was his first time here, but when you think that where Boris comes from and how he's travelled to many venues as a first time at some point during his darting career, to come here and then have that as a first and just take it sort of like as water off a duck's back, we should have expected that, because that's what he does and that's what he is. He's top of the table, yes, only by legs difference, but when you look at all the other stats, he was top of the 180s yesterday. He had more ton plus finishes than anybody else, and he topped the average stats. So he's in his rightful place for me.
Ryan Bransley also on 8.7. Now, what would be your assessment of his day yesterday?
I think Ryan was that's kind of a touch unfortunate yesterday. I think his only loss was to Devon, but he also was only a point off of Boris's average. He had the same amount of 180s as Boris, and he had a couple of big ton plus finishes as well. So he's there and thereabouts, and I kind of predicted that yesterday. He's had a good year in 2025. 4 JDC Advanced Tour wins. He's starting to assert himself on the next level outside of the youth movement with the Challenge Tour. And I've been impressed with what I've seen with him in the first 6 months of the year, and he didn't disappoint me yesterday. He was right there with it.
Let's have a look at the odds then. This is what the bookies think about today's action. Boris goes off 2-5. Strong favourite. Is that rightful in your mind?
Yes, I think so. I think that's fair enough on the assessment we saw yesterday. Came in as a bit of an unknown here because of the new venue, but he took to it like a duck to water. So he's good value at the top there. Richard Burnett's gone out a little bit. He didn't have a great day yesterday, so we're looking for him to step in and really cause a stir amongst the top players.
Well, it is 18+, gambleaware.org if you could have a flutter on the Super Series. And our first game is going to feature Boris Krcmar in action, looking to make it on to 10 points. And I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Boris, great to see you here at the Modus Super Series. How have you found it so far? Have you found the first day?
Thank you. It's very nice to be here, and it's very nice to be part of this tournament. It's a very good tournament. Yesterday it's my first day. I finished first in the table for first day, and I'm very happy. I played good. I played good yesterday. I hope I continue this for next 2 days and play final in Saturday.
How happy were you with the darts you threw yesterday?
I'm very happy. I play good. Little bit finish my double. It's sometimes not good, but I hope I play better today.
Generally, how are the darts for you in 2025? How you feel like you've been playing recently before the Super Series?
But this is my the first big tournament in Steel Tip this year, and I hope I play good and I show my good darts.
Well, we wish you all the very best with the week and good luck today, Boris.
Thank you.
Well, when we saw that his name was on the draw sheet this week, we had big expectations for Boris Krcmar, and he's so far lived up to them following the first day's worth of play. As for Richie Burnett, it's not quite gone to plan. For Boris from Zagreb in Croatia, making his debut this week, the 45-year-old star of the soft tip game, but can very much apply himself to the steel tip game. Up against Richie Burnett, a former weekly runner-up. They're coming all the way back in Series 8, the 58-year-old from Wales. One of the most instantly recognisable figures in the game. And if it is the first time you've seen Richie here, then we'll just expect a little bit of everything. And expect a rekindling of his relationship with a sound speaker to the side of the stage. George Baker is the referee for all of today's action, which we are going to watch in the company of Scott Mitchell.
Game on.
And it is game on this Tuesday.
Yeah, morning, Henry. Really am looking forward to today's play. We saw some good stuff yesterday, and I
140.
have to say you're in for a treat. Richie Burnett yesterday was just off the pace on his doubles, and he had lots and lots of darts at doubles. He was, he only had 26% on his doubles, and that's what cost him yesterday. You know, we expect more of Richie or whatever, but yesterday his doubles were just not on point, and then when your doubles are not on point, that then damages your average, and then you start looking at your average at the end of the day and going, you know, he ran a 79 average yesterday. Well, the way that he played and the 180s that he scored, you know, he was level on 180s at the top of the group with Boris and Bransley, and you just think, you know, his whole average was damaged by those missed darts at a double. It then becomes a false average because it was probably more like an 85 yesterday, which, you know, when Boris is doing a 90 and Ryan Bransley was doing an 89, he's a lot closer than the score and than the league table now actually suggests.
Game shot.
Well, that's some starts of the day. 11 darter for Boris Krcmar. Well, kind of starting in a similar vein that he left off in yesterday.
Game on.
And for Richie Burnett, he could very quickly find himself embroiled in a battle for Group C, but not just embroiled in the battle for Group C, but finding himself maybe just a little bit off the mark in that particular race, particularly if Devon Petersen can kick off well today as Burnett kicks off leg 2 of a max.
Yeah, absolutely. I was sort of quite, well, firstly, I was quite impressed with Boris's touch with the English language. I spoke to him a couple of years ago, or tried to, and we didn't kind of, he didn't understand me. Well, I've got that broad West Country accent, and yeah, he has picked up the language brilliantly in the last couple of years, so one, fair play to him for that. And secondly, I like the way that he said that this is his biggest steel tip competition of the year, and so that would imply that once he lost his card, it was straight back to the soft tip scene and series and travelling with that. So,
81.
And I like the fact that he has another outlet. You know, some players come off the tour and they think, you know, that's it, your darting life is ended because you haven't got a tour card. Well,
134.
as we're finding,
Richie
there are lots of
140.
avenues out there, particularly in the UK, for players to find their darting fix. And for Boris, he just jumped straight back, probably
100.
a bit on the European soft tip circuit more than maybe the Asian circuit, and dabbled it all. So he hasn't got all those stars on his shirt for soft tip for nothing.
40.
Well, Burnett leaving tops after 12 to level up at one apiece.
Game
But
shot
what
the
a
second
start to the
leg,
game this
Richie
is.
Burnett.
Krcmar with 11 darter in leg one. Burnett backs it up with a 13 to equalise the game.
Third leg is Boris to throw first.
And I think
Game
Boris
on.
is also going to be one of those players that we see it with the likes of Danny Jansen, say, for example, that we're not going to see them every single season because they're that busy elsewhere that sometimes the schedule just isn't going
60.
to fit in with either what we can schedule the players or what the players can then schedule in for us.
Yeah, and I can give you a little sort of insight. I've had to do it for years. You
97.
try and plan your year really early. You try and plan it sort of October, November, and you try to see where you're going to be and when, and you have to
140.
prioritise one what your sponsors would be wishing for you to do, and I would imagine Boris has sort of sponsors who are wishing him to do soft tip stuff as well. It must be very difficult for him being sort
55.
of a dual purpose player, steel tip and soft tip, and then you start prioritising where you want to be. Do you want to play in your country stuff? Do you want to play
100.
sort of like your regional stuff for your counties? And it's the same in every country. And then when you've got weekends spare, sometimes you play some of those local tournaments more
121.
local to yourself to kind of keep your eye on and keep you moving. So planning a year is very difficult. And then along come the Super Series, which you then sort of don't
40.
have that much planning in advance. You then have to start fitting those things in, as you rightly say, around your other commitments and what your sponsors are looking for you to commit to. So it can be difficult. And then once you start filling in
44.
those little
Boris
gaps,
Uruguay 161.
you know, your year becomes very busy.
But busy for a good reason. Doesn't have to take out the 161 if he doesn't want to. But being a soft tip player, he's very handy with the bullseye. Is he going to have a look at it? Yes, he is, but unable to find it.
I've got to be honest with you, Henry. He never turned that bullseye shot down once yesterday, even if the guy was on 200. He took it, and you're absolutely right. It's the same reason. Lots of soft tip. They use the bullseye
81.
more than a treble 20, to be honest, in soft tip.
Boris
So
Uruguay 48.
they're always going to go for it, in my opinion.
Two eights for 2-1.
Game shot in the third leg.
He does
Boris
drop a
Krcmar.
dart like that sometimes now and again, and I think it's the way that he rolls as he takes
Fourth
the dart
leg
out of
is
his hand
Richie
and
to
puts
throw
his hand up. He
first.
then rolls it
Game
into
on.
the finger position for the grip that he wants, and sometimes he over rolls it and it pops out, but he rarely drops it. He usually catches it. Me, I'd be frightened I'd spike my finger or whatever. But
180.
there's Burnett with his second 180 of the match. I think he's woken up this morning with a new vim and vigour than he had yesterday. He was getting quite
100.
irate with himself. He knew that he was giving chances up. Most games he was getting 3 darts at a double or 2 darts at a double. And we all know the easiest thing as a dart player to do is
59.
hit a double after your opponent has missed. It's one of the easiest things to do, in my opinion. And he offered up a lot of opportunities yesterday, and he really want to tighten up on that
180.
second one now for Boris as well. Good opening game here today. Group A, day 2,
96.
moving day. Is it going to be Burnett's big moving day?
Bumped into Richie on the way in this morning, and in typically Richie Burnett fashion, he goes, "I'm boiling, it's
42.
sweating," before even saying the words good morning.
Where did you meet him? Did you go and get a coffee and spoons before you came in?
Well, just casually walking down the street and a
134.
1995 world champion crosses the road.
Yeah, he sometimes likes to go and grab a bite to eat in there before the session. So, yeah.
Well, Burnett leaving double 16 after a dozen darts to
87.
square
Richie
this
Uruguay
game up at
32.
2-2. So quality game. In fact, Burnett's averaging the best part of 107 right now.
Got to go to the right. Now he started chatting to himself.
No score.
Was unfortunate, so offers up
Boris, you require 92.
a chance. And this is what Richie was doing a little bit yesterday. And here we go. He's offered the chance to Boris, and he's
Game starting
classy
the
enough
fourth
to
there.
take
Boris
it.
Krcmar.
It's 3-2, and this is what Richie was doing yesterday. He was
against Boris to
fuming with
throw
himself
first.
for offering opportunities,
Game
and
on.
you can see he's kind of started the day. Bit of a Cameron Menzies slap to the ear hole, to his own ear hole there, because he knows, and as a player, you know,
60.
I've been in the very similar situation time and time again. I think any player that has played at a top level and they're watching today will relate to exactly what Richie's just been through.
100.
Because you know you've allowed that to happen. And it's a very difficult thing to eradicate from your mind. Because if you just go and hit that 32, that 92 doesn't
96.
happen. He then doesn't get the momentum that goes with a big steal with the 92. And all you're doing is fluffing his pillow and saying, come on, son, you've got me. And there's nothing more frustrating knowing that you're the one that's allowed it to happen.
140.
And it's a big part of the game and why the game is so psychological. Because when you're going for that 32 and it's been happening to you yesterday,
140.
the deja vu moments start to come back in your head and you stop believing that you're going to hit the 32.
$43.
That slip has now opened up the door for Boris to win this game here and now.
And this is all off the back of missing that double 16. And again, it hurts more on these
81.
shorter. If we were going first to 10, missing a double 16, you're going to do that a couple of times in a best of 19 game. You're going to do that a couple of times, and he will too, because the game is long enough that you know that
58.
that's going to happen.
Boris,
You
you require
accept that that's part of the game.
124.
But when it's such a short format, best of 7, you can't accept that you're missing doubles because the format is not long enough to allow you to accept it.
44.
One mistake
Richie, you require 160.
can usually spell curtains, but one moment of brilliance can all of a sudden change a game. And Burnett looking to do exactly that with a 160. Gets a second treble, double top.
140.
Goes just underneath, much to his frustration.
Boris,
And
you
so it allows
require
Boris a chance to win
80.
this game.
Much to his frustration, but what's going through his head now, he's missed a double again. And this is what grates you. And Boris is going to steal again, is he? He does
Game
again.
shot and the match.
And
Boris
from
Krcmar.
2-1, before you know it and blink, Boris Krcmar has beaten Richie Burnett 4-1. Richie offered up the opportunities and Boris jumped in with both feet. A super 4-1 win for him. Here are our match stats. Look at Burnett, 99.81, and that's with all those missed doubles. We're going into a short break and we'll bring you back more darts just like that with Dan Astbury taking on Devon Petersen.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison! The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor! One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Boris Krcmar got the better of Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 1. That moves Boris on to 10 points in the Group A table. Game number 2 is a meeting between Devon Petersen and Dan Astbury. For Dan, the 32-year-old from Telford, a weekly finalist in the past, taking on Devon, who of course is the reigning ADC Global Champion. Picked up his first win on the Super Series stage in the previous series, looking for back-to-back Champions Week appearances in what is already a stacked-looking field when it comes to Week 13 in the middle of August. Just a month to go now until we get to that particular affair, and you can watch every single dart from that, just like you're watching every single dart from today live
First
here
leg is Dan
on
to throw
Pluto
first.
TV. And if
Game
you are
on.
watching in a non-Pluto TV territory, available via the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, where you can see some of the other content that gets produced here at the Super Series, the Tungsten Talks and some other exclusive videos. You're also able to watch highlights of every session on there as well. They're
140.
tailor-made to your heart's content.
Indeed. Now, I think Dan Astbury was a bit unlucky yesterday.
100.
He averaged sort of just above the mid-80s, and like Burnett, really
100.
sort of struggled a little bit on the outer ring with just 29% on his doubles. And again, had he hit a few more doubles a little bit
96.
quicker, that 85 would have been up round 88, 89 where Ryan Bransley was, and I think he would have been rewarded with a few more points. But he had a couple of
60.
situations yesterday where he was 3-1 up and lost the games 4-3. And the first time it happened, it seemed to take the wind out of his sails a little bit. And he was starting
100.
games really well. But once you'd had the damage and the hurt of having lost 1-3-1, you then start looking over your shoulder and you start thinking, here we go again. It's going to happen to me again.
100. Daniel
And as a
Brown,
player looking over
147.
your shoulder, then you start trying to throw a little bit safe rather than throwing with freedom and attacking the dartboard. And I think he was a little bit of a victim of that yesterday.
40. Devon, you require
Because we can quite
101.
clearly see, if he's doing 85 averages, missing loads of doubles, that the man is class. You know, he's going to be an up round of 90 average man. And the more
69.
times that
Daniel
we
require
get him
107.
here playing, and the more comfortable he gets, that will continue. There's no two ways about it.
83.
I've
Devon,
not
you
seen a
require
lot of him,
32.
and I was impressed with him yesterday.
Double 8 for Petersen. The double he won the Global
Game
Championship
start the
on,
first
and the
leg,
double that
Devon
wins in the
Petersen.
first leg of this game. Breaker throw to boot. And just go back to that point about Dan. He's one of those players that we've kind
Second
of
leg is Devon. to
seen
throw
more
first.
often at the Super
Game on.
Series. Somebody that came here as an ADC debutant, did well on debut, and now he's getting invited back. And not just invited back, he's getting invited for full
45.
week. So he must be well thought of with the adjudication panel which selects and picks the players.
Yeah, absolutely, and they
81.
can see in him what I can see in him. That's what it is, and we have the reputation here of of developing players, and you, I know that you can list them. There's a list as long as your arm that have gone off of good years here, and then gone and picked up a tour card. And I reckon it's easy to say, but this is very similar to like a Pro Tour setup in a cubicle box. You know, it does set you up to go and play in very similar circumstances. And it's set up for that reason. This is the way that the room is set up. It's set up for the players to throw their best stuff and encourage them to throw their best stuff. The one thing that is very different here is the quietness. The quietness is, you know, deafening, if that makes sense. It's so different to anything else you ever do. So that's the one thing we can't replicate unless we start playing background noise in a la PDC, maybe in COVID, and a few crowd noises from behind. But yeah, I wouldn't want that. I like it the way it is, and I think if you can play in absolute silence, you can play anywhere, because that's harder to play in than a noise.
Well,
80.
You mentioned players that go on to have a good year here and then go on and do special things. Look at Bradley Brooks. Had a very strong end to last year, having probably struggled when we'll get into this stage of the season in 2024. Gets his tour card and then picks up his first Pro Tour title a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he does. But being on the Dev Tour as well, he sort of has a double bubble at a tour card, doesn't he? And
125. Dan, you require 85.
It's something I think the PDC have taken note of. I think if you're in the top 32 or something now, or 64
now,
is it? You're not allowed to play on the Dev Tour anymore. Your class is developed. And I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea, because otherwise those guys that are in the top 64 coming back for the Dev Tour, and I don't mean this as any disrespect, there is a kind of drop in standard, and you're trying to encourage on Dev Tour these younger players to get to that higher standard. Well, if the guys that have already got there are playing against them and knocking them back all the time, it makes life very difficult. So the PDC were very quick to understand that and rectified the problem quickly. And this is where questions are being asked about the PDPA and stuff now. And this is where they come in and they go to the PDC and ask those types of questions.
Well, I think they're going to have another question to ask about it as well, because you look at the situation in terms of a tour card race. So Bo Greaves, his streak's clear in that order, mate. But then the race for the second position,
42.
It's effectively a lot of tour card holders. So Cam Crabtree currently is in that second position. And because he's first year into his tour card, if he finishes second in the order of merit, then
59.
He effectively gives his mate Owen Bates a lifeline, because he'd be outside the 60 at the end of his 2-year tour card. So by a merit of 2-year ranking system, he's not good enough, but then gets a backdoor entry into another 2 years on tour via the development tour.
Yeah, but a couple of years ago, that was the Bradley Brooks route as well. So this is what I'm saying. Is it stopping? Is it stopping a genuine opportunity for somebody to go on and do it? That's my question. So do the PDC then go and start elevating players if their averages are running in the right position straight to the Pro Tours, maybe from the Development Tour as well as the Challenge Tour?
I'm not sure it'd be so much that, but I do feel like that we will get to a point where I just think they'll see it as a secondary tour, or as in for an affiliate tour, so it had to be only affiliate members, not full members that got a tour guide. I do think there might be a time where that does become a rule, and then the World Youth Championship is a different thing. That's a one-off tournament, as Astbury looks at double 14 and now double 7. 14. Does not go.
Yeah, and how often does that one-off tournament see the top 2 from your development tour rankings in it? Not very often.
Game shot in the third
double 12 is found by
Petersen.
Devon Petersen to get the break and lead 2-1. But technically, Luke Littler can still play in the World Youth Championship, just last year elected not to.
Game on.
My point entirely. But there's also a damage for somebody like Luke Littler if he then does go in it and doesn't happen to win
85.
it. Which, I mean, you'd be mad to think that he wouldn't. I mean, we're looking at the best players in the world and expecting him to win every tournament where he is right now. So 81. Is he going to go to a development tour and not win it? I don't know. But for Luke, if he didn't, the damage would be to confidence and to everything would be irrepressible. So you wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't.
And for example, in a World Youth Final, it's first to 6, and say it's Jan van Veen who won it last year, then we know, well, we saw in the match play, he beat the world number 1. over a best of 19 format. So
Yeah, but did he get that confidence from being the world youth champion? Is he
85.
one of those that walks around with it? I mean, I don't know Jan that well, but you know, it's one of those. The development of youth players is
96.
at the moment, because of the way that Luke Littler went through the system. They all want it that way. They all want it to be fast tracked, and I'm afraid that he's a one-off. He's a rare. You know, darts doesn't work like that. Darts is about grafting. Darts is about maximising your talent and your ability to the best
48.
of your ability, rather than comparing yourself to everybody else. You need to be the best you that you can be, and I think that's the best way to the top, rather than keep comparing yourself to your
81. Daniel
other
436.
competitors. I think that's the biggest advice I would give any youth player is be the best player of you. And yes, some days you're going to miss a few doubles, but the days that you don't, you're going to live with the top
100.
guys.
Devin,
And the more that you can
107.
limit that, the more you're going to be at the top end of it.
Petersen looking at 107 to open up a 3-1 advantage. Look at a double top. Getting
shot on
double
the fourth
top.
leg, Devin
And looking
Petersen.
in decent nick so far, at least in terms of the finishing department anyway.
Fifth
3
leg
from
is Dan
4
to throw first.
on his
Game
doubles,
up.
and that the first ton plus checkout of the day.
Yeah, and I just have a feeling that Dan Astbury's been on the end of another one here.
93.
Devon averaging around the same as Dan, but when we get into that outer ring, that
100.
little bit more experience, that little bit more nonce in the situation is getting him through it. And this is why I'm saying that there's no fast track to
140.
learn how to do this as a younger player. And the guys that are still around after 4 or 5 years are the
60.
ones that haven't had the things happening to them quickly. The ones that have it happening to them quickly, the minute that drops off, because you can't sustain it.
140.
It's you have dips and troughs in the game, and highs and lows, and when you hit one of those lows, if you've never had one
60.
before, but you've had
Daniel
lots and lots of highs and you've been
128.
excelling, those players sometimes never get it back. They keep looking backwards and going, I was this, I was that, and you have to hold your hand up and go, yeah, you were,
96.
but you've got to get back there. And so the players that you see with longevity that have been playing 15, 16 years and keeping their tour cards and on the circuit, they've had more dips and
43.
troughs than
Daniel
most of us have
McGuire,
had at
32.
dinners. And they've dealt with it, and that's why they're mentally stronger and still there.
Well, he's only got a little bit of the bottom corner to find,
score.
cannot find it, but luckily for Dan, he's got a little bit of time to his aid. Petersen not finding his scoring boots in
60.
this leg, and
Daniel
still
McGuire, 32.
Astbury being afforded the luxury of a couple of visits to see this leg off. 8-8. It's a lot of darts at a double. That's now
24.
1 from 10 on the outer ring in this contest.
And like I say, this was his problem yesterday. And he seemed to have, rather than sort of scratched a new slate and a line in the floor and stepped over it, he
138.
seemed to
Daniel
have been
McGuire,
pushing the
8.
line in front of him here, and it's happening to him again today.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Dan
Well, how many
Astbury.
times do you see that a player miss a play for a dart at a double, and as soon as his opponent finds himself on a double,
Leg is
do
Devon
they
to
then
throw
pin first time
Game
of
up.
asking? Petersen being forced to serve it out. Back it goes to 3-2.
Yeah, we commented yesterday that sometimes players can overthink
85.
things. Well, that was Sam who was commentating with me yesterday, and sometimes it's better to be able to take your brain out and pop it in your dart
96.
case. Go and throw your darts and then pop your brain back in later. You don't want to be thinking anything other than, oh, I'm hitting that. That's mine. See that red bit there? I'm having that.
45.
And that's the attitude you have to have. If you start going down the road of, oh, I could do with that, it's a totally different mindset. That's a negative mindset.
100.
And then those things stop happening for you.
I think Devon's someone that's trying to find that happy medium. I think there has been
95.
times, I think he's very open to admit that maybe he's overthought a little bit, but he's somebody that has a structure as to every single thing he does. There has to be
98.
a purpose behind everything he does and the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Henry. And he's one of those players that if
60.
something's not going right, he tends to know the reason for it. He tends to know that there's been an issue somewhere. There has been a. He doesn't go looking for it. He still expects himself to do what he does 8 times out of 10. But he knows with the 2 times out of 10 where it's slightly
96.
gone wrong.
Dan, you require 36.
Which is a better way to have it than absolutely coming off the ball going, well, I don't know what I did wrong there.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Dan Astbury.
Astbury levels up at 3-3. And now he has the dart. So he was 3-1 down twice yesterday and lost the game. Is he going to do the role reversal today? And it happened to Devon Petersen. In the game yesterday, Devon got him 4-3. In that very way from 3-1 down.
57.
So is he going to turn the tables and return the favour to the African warrior?
Looking to flip it and reverse it.
37.
Dev has given him the opportunity.
56.
Is this where we go bomb to the bomb, bomb to the reload?
Shall we move on? But Devon's,
60.
you can tell in his mind, he knows that he just needs to focus in for a few moments. He's trying his absolute hardest to try and pour as much out as he possibly can.
59. 41.
Then in this situation, those darts that are so close to the treble just frustrate you. Absolutely frustrate you. You start to think in your head, why is that not in?
59.
I've done everything right. Why is that not in? And you can start, the negatives start to creep in.
57.
Because Devon at 3-1 was in absolute cruise control of this game. Then had one poor leg, didn't he? At 3-1, where he just allowed Dan Astbury all the time in the world to bring it back to 3-2. And he's just
45.
never really recovered from it, if the truth be told.
And we've got to say that Dan's doing his very best to get Devon back into it as well. And Devon knows that. And as a
34.
player, you know it. And it gets even more frustrating. And that could be the one that burst the bubble for Dev. You can see in his face. Another treble here for Astbury, and you're thinking it's curtains for Devon.
Okay, so it's a couple of trebles is the absolute minimum requirement, particularly after that Everett second dart, and it's all gone wrong here for Devon Petersen. And for Dan Astbury, he's got 6 darts and 1-2-5 to get his day off to a winning start, moving on to 4 points. It would leave Devon Petersen detached of Boris Krcmar's at the top of the group on 10 points.
For me, Dev's had 3 opportunities to get back into this, and he knows a couple of treble visit
60.
here would have got him in, and
79.
even one would have pressured the 79. Dan hasn't been prolific on the doubles, and being a last leg, double 10 now for Astbury.
69. Devon, you require 146.
Well, this would be a get out of jail free card. But Petersen's not going to find the 146, and so Astbury will return,
46.
looking at double 5
Dan, you
to
require 10.
get over the line and seal a 4-3 success. He was 3-1 down in the contest.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is where we are with Astbury. He's been playing great, but not finishing games off. And it looks like a big struggle for him at the moment. And those 2 darts
6.
are telling me everything.
Devon, you require
Devon, if had he been
100.
closer, I do feel he would have won this leg.
Well, Devon has had many opportunities at a double, but when he has, he is converted. But there's so many errant slips in there, but he's going to get a match start at double 19.
62.
His eyes lit up like dinner plates there, didn't they, with one dart at a double?
Dan,
And now you
require
probably see
4.
Astbury take this out, because it's all about knowing how far to let your opponent go.
Well, now he's in the madhouse, and suddenly things could change for Dan Astbury.
No score.
Because he had control of this last
Devon, you
leg.
require 38.
And the odds suggest the way Devon's been finishing in this game, it could well come to a close with DP being the winner. 888.
30.
Well, both players now have missed a
Dan, you
multitude
require
of match
4.
starts. If this was a football match, they'd play no stoppage time, referee would blow the whistle, and then both teams would head down the tunnel. But in the game of darts, it's Dan Astbury that pulls off a 4-3 win against Devon Petersen. And it means now that Devon finds himself way back from Boris Krcmar at the top of the table. For Dan, well, he keeps himself in the mix in mid-table for a Group B spot. Heinsoe and Bransley is next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Gage wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. We're on our 3rd game of the morning, and you're watching Group A on day 2 from week 10 of Series 11. And we're going to see a game between Ryan Bransley and Niels Heinsoe. And Niels was a little bit out of sorts yesterday. I've seen him obviously around town and around the dart scene for the last few years, and it just didn't quite produce yesterday. But the 17-year-old from Blythe, in the form of Ryan Bransley, really did perform yesterday. He topped the group alongside Boris, and he was Boris's defeat yesterday, who was top of the group, was against Ryan. So we saw some good stuff from him, but his only defeat yesterday was against the player we've just been watching, Devon Petersen. So Bransley has impressed me over 2025.
Game on.
Taking in 4 JDC Advanced Tour wins and started to appear on the Challenge Tour, which is the tour under the Pro Tours in the PDC, and playing particularly well. So the young man has a bright future for me, and there's no time like the present, and that's doing the business here at the Super Series.
Born in Blythe, but wearing the blue
96.
colours of the Royal Navy is Ryan Bransley. And what a start this is from Niels. 4 into the 9.
100.
With the best named dart. I mean, we've had the chunky stumpies in the past, but the super slim stick is certainly a name of a dart I'm not going to forget anytime soon.
180.
Not often you hear the words slim and super in relation to a darting contest.
60.
That's right, and I think what we've learned, I mean, he made an instant impact when he did arrive on the scene here at the Super Series. He
Niels require 161.
pretty much beat Ross Montgomery to blue in the face in a game where he was just hitting with ton plus checkouts left, right and centre. Made that instant impact on day 1.
65.
And ever since has been a regular in this competition, and ever since it's just improved time upon time.
Yeah, and I think the ways and the Y4s here are sort of vital to a young man's development who's moving into the game and starting to take it to a next level.
Game shot in the first leg. Niels Heinsoe.
Nicely finished there from Niels. Niels, we gathered yesterday that
Second leg.
he actually drove here from Denmark. He lives on a small island and drove all the way kind of down through Holland and I imagine Germany, Europe, and to get himself over to Dover. And then he didn't actually come down the main roads and the motorways to get here the quick way. He took the coast road to take in some of the scenery. So left home about 3:30 on Saturday afternoon and arrived here, I would imagine, sort of 16, 17 hours later, early hours of Sunday morning, and maybe slept a fair bit of Sunday, maybe. I'm not sure. But maybe upset his feng shui a little bit yesterday because he just wasn't at the races yesterday.
45.
And I think he'll hold his hands up and say, no, I wasn't. I really wasn't. And it was a debut for him yesterday as well. So he knows what it's all about now. He knows how the place works. He knows his way around the place. And I think there's an ultimate sort of settling thing about not having the unknown for a debutant on day 2.
Well, it's one of those things, actually, when you know the place, you can do one of 2 things. You can either inspire you because you don't need to be afraid of anything, or you can actually intimidate because you actually know what the level's all about.
Yep, yeah, agreed. Totally agreed. It could sort of spiral and work in the other direction.
140.
Averaging in excess of 100 now. I know it's only a leg and a bit in, but Ryan himself averaging 106. It's a really good contest up to press.
100. Niels, you require 136.
He's not going to take out the 136 now. Bransley is known for his brand of big finishing here at the Live Lounge. Has he got a big one to get his first leg of the day on the board? Looking at 150 to square this contest up at 1 apiece. If he doesn't get it, his throw is under severe threat. Another one of them. Leaves himself double 18.
114.
And just skims the wire.
He hit 152 yesterday against Dan Astbury. And I thought we were going to notch up a 150 there.
$54. Ryan, you
Thought
require
about the
36.
Double there. the second dart, but a little bit way off.
Game shot in the second leg.
No
Ryan
such
Bransley.
problems for Bransley. He takes it in 16 darts. Goes 1-1.
Third leg, it's Niels to throw.
One thing I've been
first.
impressed
Game
with this young man is when he gets behind, he doesn't seem to get overly stressed about it all. He sort of takes it all in his stride. He doesn't sort of take the game as a whole. He breaks it down. He seems to have this kind of vision where he throws his first 9 darts, sees where he is, and then sort of like tidies up with his short irons into the green, and then delivers the putts. He's concentrating on himself and himself only. We saw just a couple of moments yesterday where he got frustrated, but that was mainly with himself. It wasn't what an opponent had done to him. It was what he'd done to himself and the problems that he caused himself by missing either big numbers or but that shows maturity for me from a 17-year-old to know that's the way that it's kind of acceptable within darts to be frustrated with yourself. When you start directing it at another player, it kind of sends you into a different stratosphere mentally.
Just keeps it all in check, doesn't he? Which is easier said than done for most players. I think last night's game of the world match play between Darryl Gurney and Gerwyn Price perhaps epitomised that a little bit. That got a bit spicy.
$100. Ryan, you require 161.
Yeah, it was no spicier than a real hot madras, but yeah, I know what you're saying. It was a little bit tit for tat last night. I've seen on social media people blaming Gezi for the problem, and others blaming Darryl. I think it was 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, but it made for great viewing.
Sometimes you need that little bit of flair, and I think sometimes players need that flair to
game shot in the third
play at their very
Heinsoe.
best. As Niels goes 2-1 up, pinning the 80 checkout, double 10 going.
First. Game on.
And what a contest it is. 10 points in the averages in actually Ryan Bransley's favour, but he finds himself 2-1 down in the game. But that's because it's a match that is all gone so far with throw.
134.
Yeah, it has indeed, and much improvement from Niels in this early game today.
60.
It's lovely after the first day that you can phone back home and speak to your loved ones, and they can give an assumption on how you've played and what you've done. Because obviously, this place is empty. You're not allowed any guests in with you or anything. It was, we have no supporters or spectators until the Saturday night finals night. So again, very different
60.
than other places that we play.
$100. $85. $96.
Well, Bransley leaves himself on a 2-darter after just a dozen darts to level this game up at 2 apiece. Niels not in the same postcode.
70. Ryan, you require 88.
In this particular leg. So plenty of time to square this match up. And it does have the feeling of one of those days where we're going to see a lot of games go deep. As Bransley looks at
48.
just squaring things up at 2-2.
Yes. $55. Ryan, you require 40.
Yeah, needed a treble with the last to even put some problems in Bransley's head there, but doesn't manage it. Heinsoe. So Bransley now Double 10 with the last.
20.
Needs to be a little bit more positive there. His whole mannerism, he's slowed down with those darts, trying to make sure, and you just can't do that. You've got to throw that element of freedom. A big treble here,
91.
which is
Ryan,
exactly
you
what
require
Niels has done.
20.
He's now pressured the double 10 of Bransley. Now we're going up to the dodgy double 5. One up, one in. I like the way he's done
15.
this, but it went in too far, and we're
Niels, you
seeing
require
frustration
80.
here early doors on day 2 for our table topper, Bransley.
Well, this is where the game could have suddenly changed, but Niels has missed a big number, and he may have missed a big opportunity to take control of the game, because he could have
40.
gone 3-1 up, then had the darts in
Ryan,
the
you
next to
require 5.
wrap it up, and so Bransley back for 5 to square up at 2-2.
I feel Niels tried to throw his dart to the left-hand side of the 20 there so that he had a clear shot with one dart at double top. Is he going to rue that mistake? Bransley with one more. His face is not saying that he's going to hit it. What's his arm saying?
Game shot in the fourth.
His
leg,
arm is
Ryan
saying, I'm
Bransley.
hitting it. That's exactly what you need to do. Didn't go with the reaction of the
Fifth leg
face,
is
did he?
Niels to throw first.
He then
Game
sort
on.
of slowed himself down, believed he could hit it, and believed it was his leg to win, because, to be fair, Niels
45.
never deserved to get a dart at a double there with the way the first part of the leg went, but that's darts. Sometimes you do get a dart at a double, which is why you should never just throw the darts away if you're a couple hundred behind. You never know with this game. 9 times out of 10 on those legs that you're
122.
200 behind, you may get one chance out of those 10 times to rob the leg. And you can rob it, and it just changes the game
45.
on its head.
And just go back to the point you made earlier, particularly in these shorter races, the best of 7.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, and it's the reason why,
55.
you know, there are always 2 or 3 turning points in the game that are first to 10, first to 6, 11 legs. There could be 2 turning points because there's enough legs to allow that to happen. And you hope that you win both of them,
60.
and then you'll come out on the winning side 6-4 or whatever. But on a best of 7, there's generally only one big turning point. And sometimes you don't always recognise it, or you do recognise it, which is a bigger problem,
55.
because then the moment can grab you. You've got to own those moments. You've got to recognise the moments that are there in the game, and then go, this moment isn't getting me. I'm owning this. I am absolutely owning this moment. And those are the moments
60.
when you win them, you go on and win the game.
Well, we're kind of caught at a bit of a stalemate in this game. 2-2, nothing to separate this pair realistically in the 5th leg. Bransley has taken the darts.
99.
And he's going to get first look and first poke at a finish, the biggest finish of them all. Niels needs another leave himself on a finish, can't
85.
find, and so Bransley's got a
Ryan,
bit
you
of
require
time and space to
170.
take control of this game. Remember, a leg ago, Heinsoe missed a big number to deny him an opportunity to have a dart and a double to lead this game 3-1. Could find himself 3-2 down in a couple of moments.
46.
Hasn't tied it up as much as he would like, so if Niels can find a decent score here, this leg could become somewhat interesting all of a
60.
sudden, but
Ryan, you
the
require
scoring power is just
124.
deserting him at this present moment in time. And so 1-2-4 isn't going to go, and so Niels looking at 146 to
Niels, you require 146.
3-2 to the good. He's not going to find it, and so Bransley has an opportunity, just like Niels had in the previous leg, to break the throw and then consequently
50.
have the darts to win
Ryan,
the
you require
contest.
68.
Double top.
Game shot in the 5th
Puts
leg.
Bransley
Ryan
3-2
Bransley.
to the good and puts him in control of the contest because he now has the darts to get it wrapped up.
6th leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Yeah, big turning point in the game, that.
Game on.
That was the turning points we're talking about. That was a big... It might have only been a 68 shot, But that last dart was a big last dart. Puts the momentum back in Bransley's hands. But the momentum's got away from him here a little bit. This is a poor start no matter where he goes with that last.
80.
Oh, good recovery. But yeah, he would have been looking for a ton minimum requirement to start the leg. Heinsoe has been around the block. He's seen all this before.
140.
And knows exactly what he needs to do right now. He needs to throw with freedom and try and get this leg somehow to get himself back on throw to back himself. Bransley's now backing himself because he's on throw.
140.
It's a good little contest, Henry.
And the problem you've got when you play someone like Ryan Bransley is you always know he's going to pull something out. He's always going to pull a big score out, which means that you're
95.
always on watch when you're playing him, because even when you think you've got a moment's peace, he can just do something and then just proverbially tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah, you're one of those. You know, he's either been on the practice board for 2 weeks solid before he
96.
comes here because of his age, where you as an older player probably can't do that, or you hope that he's been on the Xbox or PlayStation for 2 weeks.
Hey, you play on the Xbox and PlayStation, you win the World
96.
Championship these days.
Exactly. We want to see more of it, youngsters. Get on with it.
I think you can watch Pluto TV on your PlayStation. Not that I've owned a games console for years, but I'm sure you
121.
can.
Niels, you require
I wouldn't even know how to turn
170.
one on even if I owned it.
Well, the 170 is going to go, so Bransley looking at 64 to win this game 4-2. It mean that he'd join
Ryan, you require 64.
Boris Krcmar on that particular mark at the top of the Group A table. It's beginning to look as if it's going to be a two-horse fight for this first spot through to Saturday's final. Boris Krcmar's won his opening
start
game,
and the mark,
and
Ryan
Ryan
Bransley
Bransley has done exactly the same, wrapping it up with a 14-darter. At times, there was some real moments of majesticness from Ryan Bransley. He gets the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Devon Petersen against Boris Krcmar. Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ryan Bransley got the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 2. That rounds off the first cycle of games. Match number 2 is a match-up between Boris Krcmar and Devon Petersen. Now, Boris won an absolute corker in the first game of the day. He beat Burnett by 4 legs to 1. Really good game. Burnett lost the game despite averaging, well, the best part of a ton. Boris, well, he just timed everything perfectly. Averaging 93, but it was a doubling more than anything else that was the key to his victory. 4th and 7, and when Richie was missing that odd dart here and there at the double, he was just able to pick his pocket. As for Devon,
60.
Scoring power, which we know when he's at his best, he's one of the biggest 180 hitters there is in Planet Darts. Just completely deserted him. And as did a lead of 3-1 to lose 4-3 in his opener to Dan Astbury.
Yeah, and before the group started, I think if you're Boris or Dev and you're one of those that maybe sort of eyeball the opponent that's going to challenge you for the group, we were probably looking at the 3 big hitters. We were probably looking at Richie Burnett, Devon Petersen and Boris, really, to take the group. And that's no disrespect to the other 3 in the group whatsoever. And credit to Ryan Bransley, because he's, as the group has gone on, has put himself in the mix quite brilliantly. But these are the games that these 2 would have been looking forward to. These are the games that they'd be going, if I can turn them over
140.
2 out of the 3 days, I am not going to be far away come the end of the day. I don't have Boris down as one of those. Maybe Dev's more of a thinker like that, but Boris, I believe that he's one of those that just keep putting the players in front of me and I'll keep trying to beat you. And there's that little finger slip again. As he puts his dart up, we just cut out a shot before it gets back to his face.
96.
But you can see just a little twizzle to get it into place, just a little turn. And sometimes the dart comes out of his hand, but he always catches it.
99. Boris, you require
so it never
25.
generally falls to the floor.
Game shot in the first leg.
14
Boris
darts,
Krcmar.
just carrying on in the same vein that he left off in that game against Richie Burnett. And
second leg,
if
Boris
both players play like they did
up.
in their opening games, well, there's only going to be one winner, and that's going to be Boris Krcmar, and it's going to be Boris Krcmar by a bit of a scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, his doubling wasn't always superb, Boris, but he was just giving himself so much time with his scoring. He had a 31.15 yesterday on double percentage, and, you know, everybody's probably more than happy with around 33 and up. There's 1 dart in every 3 that you go for it. I think that's a fair assumption to be happy with, and over a course of a day in 5 matches. But
120.
for me, that's a bit low for him with the averages that he was averaging. I think had he have been a little sharper, he'd been up around 92, 93.
92.
You know, 3, 4, 5 points ahead of Ryan Bransley that way, and he would then be heading into the distance, and with 2 days to go, you would say would be red hot favourite. So there is an element of
Boris, you got 132.
vulnerability, not naivety, it's vulnerability from Boris at times. But that's usually when he's so far in front. It's not when you're tight with him.
Then with bounce outs in back-to-back visits
93.
and those points on the floor has denied him an opportunity to finish. And so Boris will be back. Well, he could be on for back-to-back 14 darters here if he cleans this up in 2
Boris, you require
to
39.
open up a 2-0 lead in this game. Double 16 is what he wants. Double 16 is what he gets. And that's back-to-back 14 darters for Boris Krcmar, which means I don't even have to have a look up to the stat screen to tell you his average is 107.36.
Acknowledges the bomb. Nicely done, Hedge. But I've got to say, for me,
60.
he's been very business-like. You know, this is business for Boris.
$140.
Back in the day, we had this big cuddly bear for my daughter when she was born, or it was at mother-in-law's house. And it was called Boris the Bear, and it was this big cuddly bear,
46.
and I just can't stop thinking about this big cuddly bear that we used to have. When I see Boris, it's quite strange. Don't tell him, because he'll try and cuddle me and probably
100.
squeeze me. Or he may even take offence and, do something else. But, Boris the Bear it was called, and I can't help thinking that Boris
100.
should be known as the Bear. Of course, we had Bob Taylor, the Scottish international back in the day. He was known as Bob the Bear.
35.
Big lad. Lovely, lovely lad as well. Lovely, Bob Taylor.
Literally, he could have had Bob the Builder, but decided not to use it.
No, way before Bob the Builder
140.
was Bob Taylor. In fact, married Karina Emberg, the lady player. I think he resides
99. Boris, you
out in
require
Sweden now,
75.
does Bob the Bear, and has done for many years.
Worst leg of the match for Boris, and that's
55.
only because he's had to
Devon,
throw
you
the
require
15th
78.
dart of it. Well, Devon's having a problem with these bounce out. That's the third time it's now happened in this game. May arrest the
Game
situation
shot in
and
the
done
third
so
leg,
well.
Devon Petersen.
Now, Boris the Bear couldn't believe that happened.
Fourth leg, it's
He
Boris
turned
to throw
away.
first. Game on.
One on the floor, and then Dev taking it out in 2. We talk about turning points in a game, but looking at Boris's face, it's made it even more determined.
78.
Super stuff from the African warrior.
Now, it's not often do I, before a week begins,
91.
categorically say hands down who's going to win a week. But I just had a feeling about Boris before a dart was thrown.
60.
You look at the numbers he was punching in last year, despite losing his tour card. When you put it in comparison to probably what you need to do here to ascertain a level that can win a week, it just felt
100.
more than enough. And if anything, if you look at the numbers, you know some of the things he's played in this year and some of the averages and some of the performances he's put in, he's actually playing better darts off
60.
the tour than perhaps he was in the last year of his tour card.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think and I can speak from experience here. When
140.
you're on the tour, you tend to get dragged along with the better players. You know what standard you've got mentally and psychologically. You know what you've got to do.
60.
Start
When you've
posting
got
mid 80s.
170.
You're vulnerable. You know, you've got to hope that your opponent's having a really off day in a first round if that's happening. And when you come off, sometimes you don't always
30.
sustain those averages and those levels. And the fact that Boris has, and here we are 6 months on, with playing very little steel tip as well,
140.
shows the sign of the
Devon,
man
you
and the
require
sign of what's
140.
between his ears, and that he treats the whole job as a business. He tries to eradicate the complications of the game
45.
and not
Boris, you
allow
require
them to creep into
103.
his head. And I think, again, if there's any youngsters watching now and maybe breaking up for school or whatever, it's a great trait to have as a dart player.
71. Devon, you require 95.
I can only imagine being young again and watching darts all the way through the school holidays.
You make me
54.
laugh, old boy.
Boris,
You make
require
me
32.
laugh. Actually, sometimes you even make me squeak.
You just made me cough. But there's no
Game shot in the
hiccups from
fourth leg,
Krcmar
Boris
as he opens
Krcmar.
up a 3-1 lead. Devon is not happy at the back of the stage.
Fifth leg, it's
Now,
Devon to throw
he actually
first.
let a 3-1 lead slip in his
Game on.
opening game, did Devon. He's now looking to reverse those particular fortunes. Only has to break Boris once. So I say only has to break Boris once. Still got to break.
43.
A man who, at the moment, is averaging 93. The average has calmed down a little bit following the back-to-back 14 darters in the first couple.
180.
But then just as we make a slight suggestion that he might be coming off the board a little bit, does he pile in his first max of the match?
85.
I've had a Croatian player
140.
not just play here, but succeed here before. Romeo Gerbovac picked up a Champions Week. Burr picked up a weekly title at the back end of 2024. Had that infamous 3 bullseyes, didn't he?
Yeah, we were here. We were here. I think it was us together, wasn't it?
You and Murph.
Was it me and Murph? Yeah, it was. I remember I was here. I was thinking, what are you doing?
100.
And now we're seeing it as a regular way. Lots of people are doing it as a regular sort of way. You know, we quite often see
49.
Ryan Raman do it, and I didn't see that coming either from Boris the Bear.
Well, he's left himself 8 to get the job done. That would have been for 4 visit leg to get it wrapped up. Been a really good display. Average of 97.5. The doubling's been decent. 3 for 9. Make that 4 for 10 and make that a 13 darter on the back of 2 14 darters to begin the match and make that 12 points in the group as well for Boris Krcmar. Really good display. Averaging 96.82. Doubling good 4 for 10. He just out-muscled Devon Petersen. Next up, Richie Burnett, Ryan Bransley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Petersen, and the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Boris Krcmar got the better of Devon Petersen by 4 legs. One average just under 97 at the end in that one for Boris. Really good start to the day for the Croatian. Next up for us, Ryan Bransley up against Richie Burnett. A game between 2 players. 41 years difference in terms of age. And in case you're wondering, Ryan Bransley's 17 and Richie Burnett is 58. Just so we don't get confused.
Richie was 17 once, but a little while ago.
He was 17 once, and to be perfectly honest, I don't think I want to know what he got up to when he was 17.
Oh, he'd have been lovely. He'd have been lovely.
First leg is Richie to throw first.
Well, it is
Hang on.
Burnett to get us underway. Played remarkably well in that defeat to Boris Krcmar. 99.81 was the average, but as we kind of mentioned the game previous, it was
100.
just the odd dart missed at double here and there, and Boris just pinched his pocket and took full advantage every single time. As for Ryan Bransley, we were kind of talking off air after his game against Niels, which he won by 4 legs to 2. Average of 89, 4th and 12 in the doubles. He's got reliability about him, which actually, when you look at some of the really good youngsters that we've had here over the last couple of years, it's a consistency which we don't usually see from them, where I think we probably can pick hole somewhere. It's maybe a lack of a B game, but Ryan Bransley seemingly has this secondary level, which, look, it's not going to win you every game, but it's going to get you out the mire every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. And this corresponding fixture yesterday, Ryan Bransley won 4-3. But Ryan hit 4 180s in that game to Richie's 2. And Richie had 3 from 4 on the doubles. It was his best doubling performance yesterday.
81.
And that was because he was under so much pressure. He had to get out every time. So that would indicate that we spoke about Richie's doubling already this morning and how yesterday he struggled
95.
other than that game.
Ryan, you require 146.
And it seems to me that once Richie's got more time, it causes him more problems. He'd rather be up against the Kosh. Well, Brantley's now got darts dropping out. And the way you give that one a look, I don't think he give it the Boris look, didn't he?
144.
As if to say, you will not fall out on me again, young dart.
There's been a lot of bounce outs today. It's been a lot of bounce outs the last couple of weeks, and can it
60
be weather induced? Because
Ryan, you require 108.
the board is the board will harden up in these warmer conditions. Is that a potential factor, or am I just reading too much into a scenario?
I would say with this type of board, you're reading a little bit too much into it. For me,
22. Check 23.
When
Richie
you have the
require
heat,
84.
sometimes you get the glue that glues the sisal in. Your dart, with the heat, your dart goes in further and can penetrate the glue on the sisal, and the sisal, the glue gets hot and starts coming up the
shot in the first
sisal.
leg, Richie Burnett.
What a shot that is from Richie Burnett. We talk about one dart finishes, and there he
Second leg
does,
is
one
Brian
dart
to
straight
go
at the
first.
bullseye. Nicely done, 84
Game
shot out. But so going back to the board, some of the boards will empty their glue onto your points, and then you have sticky points, and you hold the darts in your hand, and all of a sudden you've got like sticky glue all over your hand. On some of the cheaper boards, which we say, I think that's the only fair way to say, and that is something that does not happen with this board. This brand of board, that never happens. So, yeah, sometimes maybe I think that this type of blade board, if you hit right on the
26.
corners as well, that is where those sort of blade wires are at their strongest, where they join each other. There's no flexibility in them, so they stay rock solid. And I think that's where a lot of the
95.
genuine bounce outs on these boards come from. But sometimes it's to do with dart angle as well. So if you can imagine your dart traveling towards the board and landing at a 45-degree angle, but still in a forward motion,
140.
that blade wire can actually hit your point before your point is fully in the board to hold on. And I think on angle of entry is something that we find with this type of blade wire can be a problem, which is why you see
97.
lots of players trying to stop that 45-degree angle into the board and flatten them off a little, so that it's like a hammer whacking a nail into a piece of wood. It's going in at the right angle and
133,
straight, and
which you
doesn't
require
give it a chance
129.
to fall out.
Well, Burnett's not going to bag the 1-2-9, and so
57.
Bransley will return
Ryan,
for
you
62
require
to
62.
level this game back up at 1 apiece. Double 16.
46.
Burnett is back, but
Richie, you require 72.
may only get the odd dart at a double here.
Yeah, Bransley had took that out. That was a really good recovery from the 26 he hit earlier. 140, 133, and then being out.
63. Ryan, you require
On
16.
return, a triple Salco from, or was it a pirouette? It's only a triple Salco if it's on ice, isn't it?
Game shot in the second leg. Ryan Bransley.
Selker, ain't that the builder's warehouse? Anyway, Bransley back level at 1 apiece.
Third leg is Richie to
That's
throw
where the best go.
Hey, they're not paying us, Scott.
Other builders merchants always available.
81.
There's the barbecue lot without the B in the middle. We digress and we jest.
Yeah, don't do what I did once upon a time.
100.
Where I did back-to-back radio commentaries for 2 different broadcasters. And the 2 different broadcasters obviously had 2 different sponsors.
81.
And just ad hoc, I accidentally said the sponsor of the radio station was working on the Saturday on the Sunday.
Ah, right. Is that like your Pay Now Stream Never one?
39.
I thought we all forgot about that.
No, it's still in there. Anyway, back to another game of darts.
And Burnett looking to
140.
make a bit of a kick in this contest. He's outmanoeuvred Bransley so far in this leg. On throw.
58.
So 119 for Burnett. When I see the number 199, I think of Travis Pastrana, who used to race motocross, and that was his number 199. Went on to be the star of Nitro Circus with all those that crazy stunt team. It's his team. Gave up racing motocross to do stupid things like triple backflips on a motocross bike and jump monster trucks over stuff. And yeah, it's crazy.
Evel Knievel type things.
Indeed. Just things that your mind
60.
is
Richie
going,
requires
no,
73.
no, this can't happen.
But it can.
Game shot.
And that
in
will
third
go.
leg, Richie
And that's
Burnett.
a 14 darter for Richie Burnett to get his nose in front 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw
2
first.
from 4
Game
from
up.
Burnett here. A much better checkout stat than he was having yesterday. He seems to have sorted the problem out, but of the 2 that he missed, that was what
60.
let Bransley in to get his 1 leg. So the horrible things are still happening to him. The things that get on his goat. He's just such a
41.
competitor, isn't it? Every dart matters to Richie Burnett. He goes every game. He puts himself through a roller coaster ride of emotions.
123.
Sometimes you stand and you think, hang on a minute, he's going to jump off this stage head first here in a minute.
That's why I recommend when Richie Burnett's playing on a Saturday, do come and watch. But maybe not sit in the front row because you might have your eyes maybe taken out by a scorpion kick. He might accidentally trip over. Basically, you're putting your life in your own hands, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, what we're saying is he
100.
always does a double knot on his trainers, don't we? So they don't fly off. Just love the bloke. Just absolutely love the bloke because he's that. How many players do you see putting 180s on a pinhead like that from following a score of 30? It just doesn't happen because mentally you don't allow yourself to do it. You're still
60.
absolutely choked about the score of 30. You don't allow yourself to go 180.
And at the age of 58, he's playing the game still with enthusiasm of a 17-year-old.
Yeah, but that's it. It's his passion for the game. And he's been around an awful long time to remain as passionate about the game. And and as keen about it all and as open about it all as he is.
Richie, you require 110.
He really is a breath of fresh air, and that's why he's so loved. It's not just by the Welsh public. He's loved by everybody that's ever been in his presence for 10 minutes and listened to what he has to say.
Ryan, you require 62.
He's just a one-off within the game. And why is darts one of those games where we have so many one-offs in so many different ways?
Game shot in the fourth
Super
leg,
composure
Ryan
there
Bransley.
from Bransley at the age of 17. Step back
Fifth leg, it's Richie
after
to
that
throw
first start,
Game on.
refocused, and like I say, I've been really impressed with this kid. I really have over the last 6 months. I cannot wait to continue
100.
to follow his progress, to see where he goes with it. I really can't.
He's one of those players you just get the sense that probably,
140.
in the nicest way possible, isn't going to be here very long, because you just get the sense that he's heading in one direction, and that one direction is to the thick end of the tour.
60.
What the people that have been around the game a long time can recognise and spot something special within a person.
131.
And that can be different. That can be so many different parts of the game that you're really special at. But for me, I spot the part for Ryan Bransley that he's very special at the bits that you can't teach. He's very special at the mind parts of the game that you can't teach. It comes to him very naturally. And that is always going to see him in good stead, because when you have parts of the game that come natural to you and you don't have to think about it, it's just a natural reaction to what's going on. You don't have to think, and that's what the game is all about. So the less you have to think about, the better it is. So if it comes naturally to be that, then so be it. And that's going to give you a little jump up maybe on other players that have to concentrate and work on that part of the game that doesn't come natural to them.
95.
Well, key passage of play in this game. Bransley leads himself on 50 after 12 to break and go 3-2 up. Burnett looking at 101 to move himself one away. He's not going to find it. And so Bransley straight back to the tricks table. Looking at 50 for a crucial break.
50.
As Burnett gives us an analysis of what's gone wrong, or what he felt like he should have improved upon in that previous turn. Ryan Bransley's throwing a big double here, and to be perfectly honest, I think everybody's more interested in what Richie Burnett's doing at the back of the stage. But what Ryan Bransley is doing on the stage is finding a 14 darter, getting a breaker throw to move 3-2 in front. As for Richie Burnett, he looks like he's just lost a tenner out of his coat pocket.
Sixth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
And the fact it looks like it fell in your pocket, and that's what he's thinking about. For me, Bransley here again, we spoke about what comes natural and everything. Burnett's had a ball finish against him. He's hardly missed a double. He's had the second leg that Bransley lost against Burnett. He wasn't even in it. He was back on 200. But he still has the nonce to leave all that behind and go, well, I've got 2 legs left here, or best of 3. If I go and win the first one, we're now starting to ask questions. He's now having to put up with the antics of this. And I hope that he's enjoying the game. I hope that Bransley is enjoying learning from one of the very best dart players in my eyes that has ever thrown a dart. People don't say that often about Burnett, but the way that he's bounced back from the dartitis and the problems that he's had within the game, I don't think he ever gets held in high enough regard.
I think part of the problem was the time that he was at the top of the sport was at a time where darts as a sport was struggling. The PDC was just incented. TV time for events was less and less. And with Richie Burnett playing in the BDO for as many years as he did, I think the attention that he got was less than perhaps what he would have had, say, his success came 10 years later on. And there was a lot of talk in the 90s that Richie Burnett was, at his peak, a better player than Phil Taylor was at that present moment in time. We never had the opportunity to truly test that particular bit of knowledge, but that was that was the level that Richie Burnett was
100.
ascertaining and playing at.
Absolutely, and in hindsight, you'd say that maybe at that time, pre-dartitis and whatever, Richie was a far more natural talent
66.
than Phil was. So he, like I was saying earlier, he had parts of the game that came very natural to him that he didn't
Ryan,
have to
you were
work on,
110.
whereas Phil is the epitome of making it work for him because he got to where he wanted to be. The natural parts for Phil were winning. The attitude of winning all the time. There was
54.
never any doubt. There was never any doubt. But with Burnett, his raw natural ability got him through most situations back in that time. And I think you're right.
59.
It's an absolutely fascinating makeup. And it's just a shame that we
Ryan,
can't
you
go
require
back.
56.
And we see it all the time. We saw it last night with MVG and Barney and what have you. It was one of those.
Well, this for the match. Burnett in the background shakes his head. He expects to shake the hand of Ryan Bransley, a
Game shot,
defeated
and
man,
that's
and that is
Ryan
exactly
Bransley.
what he's going to do. Well, the top two are pulling away now. Boys Krcmar and Ryan Bransley are 6 points ahead of the rest of the field. And that win against Richie Burnett, again, just playing to that solid level, isn't he? 87 average, good doubling 4 from 6. He's just got this game, which is just more than enough to beat players when they're not at their best. And sometimes that's all you've got to do. Astbury and Heinsoe is next.
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series in the live lounge in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. And you join us for Game 6. And if you've only just joined us, you missed Richie Burnett losing 4-2 to our 17-year-old from Blythe in the north of England, Ryan Bransley, 4-2. The young man showing he's wise beyond his years so far in Group A. But we move on now. Everybody will have played 2 games today after this match. This is Game 6. And Dan Astbury takes on Niels Heinsoe. And Dan, we have to say in his first game today, limped over the line a little bit against an out-of-sorts Devon Petersen in that one. And he had dart after dart, a double to seal the deal, and finally got it, did Dan. And we wonder whether that's now going to turn the tide for him, because yesterday he had a really good day average-wise, but just missed doubles and gave opportunities and was 3-1 up twice yesterday and turned those leads over, losing 4-3. And had he have held on to those, I think we would be seeing a different Dan today. So he's got one eye over his shoulder today, I think, and that showed in his first match. Niels, in comparison, had a really tough day yesterday. Averaged just over 70 for the whole day, but up that average by 10 in his first match against Ryan Bransley. But the informed Ryan Bransley that we've just seen is right on it today. He's been right on point. Couple of high 80 averages, always very difficult to beat. So Niels was up against it in that one, but he upped his average as well. So
98.
That makes this one maybe an interesting matchup between the two. Niels starting to settle, you feel?
Yeah, just getting used to the
100.
big stage. Well, Dan Astbury, when he made his debut, actually won Group A. The first time of asking, that was the instant imprint that he made to this competition. And he's making an instant impact in this leg, leaving himself 86 after just a dozen darts on throw to take a 1-0 lead. 1-2-1 left. Could go down for the bullseye. I was looking for the 25 to leave himself on a 2-darter. And so Astbury may just get a dart at the ball off the back of the 86, but he's going to get the bonus 2 in hand at double 16. And well, that's awkward. 54. Very awkward.
Yeah, again, snatched at that a little for me. You know, when he got that 54, got a little excited and snatched at it. Offers Heinsoe 78, treble 18 is usually the shot.
56. Dan, you require 32. Game shot in the first leg, Dan Astbury.
Better from Astbury on that return. Just a chance to reset and focus.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on. $45.
You feel that Heinsoe just needs to straighten those darts up because he's scoring enough to keep himself in games with his scoring. But when he's going and on his non-treble visits, you've got to kind of stay straight. And I think this is the prime example. And if you think now that he's gone 41-100, he'd be 19 points better off on his throw on his side now. And if you do that a couple of times, you're 40 points better off down the line. And it's one thing that the guy in a pub sort of taught me when I was young. You know, if you can stay straight, you're always within the game because your opponent thinks you're not having wayward darts. You're scoring 60-60. And he's thinking, in a minute, this guy's just going to hit in. He's going to hit trebles. So there's a certain mindset to staying straight. And for me, I'd much rather score 60 than 81 because it shows that I'm actually around about that. And it sounds totally daft, but it's the mindset of what your opponent is thinking at the time while you're doing it.
80 scored.
Well, because of the slim nature of his darts, he has to sometimes double check when it's close to a target, whether it's in or not.
100.
And I suppose he'd be delighted when he realised it was in the treble. But Astbury first poke at a finish in this leg, 140 for 2-0.
62.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And when he gets 2 darts that are closer together, the 2 of them together are about the diameter of any normal person's dart.
54. Dan, you require 78.
For 2-zip. And the break. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
58.
Just underneath, and so
Niels, you require 68.
Niels back to level up. Now he's looking at double top.
48.
And just like his opponent, can't find
Dan,
it,
you
moves on the
require
inside.
20.
And so Dan is back for double 10.
No score.
You got the sense the second dart was awkward,
Niels,
and
you
it
require
proved to be the
20.
case.
And that one looked like a genuine bounce out, hitting sort of like a corner.
Game shot in the second leg. Niels
But that's no
Heinsoe.
consolation to Astbury. Heinsoe holds throw and goes
Third
1-1.
leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
There's another thing about a lighter dart. It's about the trajectory as it leaves your hand and goes to the board. So if you can imagine
100.
a dart cannot fly like a rocket because of gravitational forces we have on this earth. So there has to be what we call, the technical term for it, I'm told, is the parabolic arc.
60.
So it's how you throw it and how hard you throw it, with what power you throw it. So the harder you throw it, the flatter that arc. So the probably slightly easier it is to judge where your dart is going to go as an outcome to that. And when we talk about muscle memory and training your mind, that's what you're training your mind for. It's a game of judgment ordinarily, and holding your judgment in those nervous moments and throwing it exactly the same. But to get the dart to fly exactly the same, you have to hold it in the same place. You have to throw it with the same force and power. You have to grip it with the same power, and you have to launch it and let go of it at the same time. So all these combinations of things dictate exactly where the dart lands in the board, which is why the better players in this world do that more consistently than the others.
80.
And that's the outcome. But everybody's parabolic arc is different. So if you have a heavier dart, then obviously it's going to drop lower on gravitational force. So you have to aim slightly higher.
134.
So with Heinsoe, probably with a dart like he throws, a 17-gram dart, it's not going to have the gravitational pull. So it will fly slightly flatter and maybe make it easier to judge. Maybe that's why he's got that.
Astbury 113 and 6 darts to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
77.
Playing all right. Average just under 89, 88 and a half. Just the problem he's had today, and he had it in his opening game, didn't he? Against Devon Petersen. He's just missing a lot of darts at a double.
Dan, you require
Yeah,
36.
he had it yesterday as well. You could see the game is there. He was running 85 average, and it was the 29% on the doubles that was the problem. And it's not that he's millions miles away. It's just a slight mindset. You can see that he's going and saying, I need to hit this. I need to hit this. And when you go with that mindset, it's one of those that you're never going to hit. And when you go, it's now or never, I've got to hit this, boom, you'll hit it every time.
Well, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful from the day.
It was a Dick Turpin breaker throw. It was one that he had no right to take. But one of those, another shoulda, woulda, coulda legs for Dan Astbury.
$100.
And of course, that's the break of throw for Neil. So he's got full control now of this contest.
$43. $80.
Ironically, Niels' win yesterday did come against Dan Astbury, so he'll be feeling confident today that Dan is a player that he knows
60.
that he can beat. And he did have 100 shot out in that game yesterday, which was the turning point in the game for him.
60. $45.
And it is the scoring section of Heinsoe's game currently that is causing him all the problems.
100.
And when you're not scoring, that then destroys your confidence at going for a double. And then your doubles average goes all to pieces.
180. Dan, you require 161.
And that 180 means that Dan Astbury, who probably to all intents and purposes thought he had control of this leg,
93.
is now
Niels, you
being
require
made to
143.
sweat it out a little bit. 143 isn't going to go, but there has been a suspectability about Astbury's finishing so far today. Is he
91.
able to
Dan, you require
put it
68.
right with his 68 checkout? Take your pick. 16 for double 16.
36.
Doesn't go. And so Heinsoe here,
Niels, you
who
require 52.
has been outscored in large swathes of this contest, now has a chance to go 2 clear.
Game shot in the fourth
And
leg.
he is
Niels
sharp on
Heinsoe.
tops. There's no two ways about it. It's probably the double that he's hit most since he arrived yesterday
Fifth leg is
morning.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
Is he starting to get the feel of the place? I think he probably is, because we're starting to see that this is more like what Niels is doing.
85.
But for Astbury, this must be so frustrating. He's so consistent on his scoring, but the outer ring is really letting him down at the minute.
55.
Of course, big day of sport. The semi-finals of the European Championships tonight. England against Italy at 8 o'clock
58.
at the Stade Genève in Geneva. 32,000 capacity stadium as the Lionesses look to
79.
make it through to a second consecutive European final. Could be a repeat final against Germany on Sunday.
60.
I think if they do make it, I fancy Spain in that other tie. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I just think they're the best. They just look head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, don't they, really?
100.
In Italy, have done well to get to the last four when you consider the lack of fun they've got, the years of serial underachievement,
59.
really, for a nation of that size.
Yeah, but it's difficult when they're not being funded so well as the other nations. It's difficult, but yeah, Spain have won. The ladies' football is massive, and the Barcelonas and the Real Madrids of this world, and they throw the money at the ladies out there as well,
59.
don't they? So the ladies' game. So phrase that slightly wrong, but I think either or. I think England will probably win their semi-final, but I have a feeling they'll be playing Spain and a very tough final. But England have been starting very slowly in the games and giving goals away and forcing the situation at the end of the game when probably their fitness, being professional players, shines through in that last 20 minutes.
So this for the match, 164. Not to be. Now Astbury looking at tops to bring it back to 3-2. 1 from 12 is Dan on his finishing so far in this contest. Can he finally put it right here? Yes, he can. And then we go back to 3-2. Niels forced to serve this game out.
Yeah, it is only 3-2, and Niels is a little bit longer in the tooth, and at his age will know that this is now or never for him. He won't have panicked to lose that leg. He'd have been concentrating halfway down that one to make sure that he gets this one right. And your kind of minimum requirement here is to go ton. First 9 darts, you want to be around
100.
that 200 mark. Ideally, you'd like to be around the 100 mark and have a couple of 140s in there as well. But if you go ton, you're asking your opponent to do something more. And the minute they don't quite do something more, then you hit another ton and you just bring the pressure to them.
57. $95. 140. $140.
Good visit there from Niels.
$119. Niels
Absolute
121.
Fantastic response from Astbury. And you have to stay straight. You have to stay straight on that shot. A 20 is the minimum requirement. Heinsoe hasn't done that. And now he's reacted and in turn now misses the big 19. So it's all about Astbury now. And he's
31.
been given
Dan, you require 85.
all the ammunition he needs to now make this 3-3.
Number 19 leads double 14, now down for double 7 to take us all the way.
Game shot in the sixth leg, Dan
Just
Astbury.
felt like one of those games, didn't it, that was always going to go the wire. And that is exactly what we're seeing here. Astbury 3, Heinsoe 3, and
Seventh and final leg, it's
could
Dan
be
to throw first.
the second time
Game on.
today that Dan Astbury could overturn a 3-1 deficit and turn it into a 4-3 win, shall I say.
Yeah, well, yesterday he was
60.
down and out twice. He was away 3-1 and got caught on 2 occasions yesterday. He'd be 4 points better off in the table. He's kind of returning the favour again today now, but
60.
when he did it in his last match, he really did limp over the line. I just have a feeling he's not going to have the opportunity to limp over the line here. This is a big visit.
100.
Well, he's certainly getting his money's worth this week, isn't he, Dan Astbury, in terms of legs played, in terms of maximum exposure.
70.
But at the moment, it's Niels Heinsoe that's being left exposed.
Again, Niels, that's another situation where he had the treble in the board and 2 single 20s
140.
would have taken him for 30 points further on. That then troubles Astbury because you'd have been level on the scores. He then doesn't go and hit that 140 because it was a blip there from Heinsoe. So there's always a counter reaction for a player
87.
for everything that you do. Your opponent then counter reacts to it, and the less that you do wrong means you don't give the opportunity for your opponent to get it right and get momentum.
26.
And if you think like that, that's what makes this game a fascinating game. And that's why I enjoy watching the game as well as playing it.
$26.
Into minute number 19 of the contest.
58.
And we are no closer to finding out who the winner's going to be.
$193, Pella. 193.
85. Dan, you require 117.
173 now.
So 117 for Astbury to get the job done.
57.
Not to be.
So again, just a ton here from Heinsoe would pressure the situation.
$46. Dan, you require 60.
To complete a 4-3 win, Astbury looking at 60 and now looking at tops.
Game
and
start.
gets
And
tops.
that's
And for the
Dan
second
Astbury.
time today, Dan Astbury has overturned a huge deficit. He was 3-1 down against Devon Petersen and won. He was 3-1 down here and won against Niels Heinsoe in the last leg decider. Next up is Bransley against Petersen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Petersen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 6 games on this Tuesday morning, and before the break, we saw Dan Astbury get the better of Niels Heinsoe in a last leg decider. But it's a table that's dominated by both Ryan Bransley and Boris Krcmar, both winning their first 2 games and now open up a 6-point gap from the rest of the field. Devon Petersen actually now out of a provisional Group B spot, and it really is a table of 2 halves. The top 2 kind of running away with it. They'll have their own battle to win the group, and then everybody else is basically scrapping for 3rd position already. We're going to see Ryan Bransley in action. He can go to the top of the table if he can get the better of Devon Petersen. He'd go 2 points clear. Now, he does have a little bit of work to do as well when it comes to the legs difference, because if you look at Boris, plus 17, Bransley plus 9, as they both scrap it out for top spot in this Group A. But as for Devon Petersen, well, he's been getting a little bit hot and bothered up there because he lost his first game 4-3 to Dan Astbury despite having a 3-1 lead in that contest. Then lost out 4-1 to Boris Krcmar. Admittedly, not too much Devon could have done about that one. He was just outplayed by the Croatian. But it's Mitchell's playing up against Blythe. The type of thing that you'd get in a random friendly match in Football Manager usually.
Absolutely. You say scrap it out here, but there won't be a lot of hair pulling between the two players unless they involve the referee.
Who's got more strands of hair than the two of them put together?
It's got more strands of hair than my Shetland pony. But these are big games now for Bransley. You stated earlier, and quite rightly so, it's a bit of a two-horse race at the top. And it's going to be all about what they do now towards the end of the group. So every game has an element of importance for both Bransley and Boris.
First leg is Ryan to throw first.
And then the one against each other could be a little bit nervy, touchy-feely. We'll see as the day goes on. And that will all depend on how they perform against the other runners.
140.
But both look very cool, calm and collected in the forms of Ryan and Krcmar at the moment.
91.
And as you rightly say, the race for Group B and that third place is super important because
60.
3 from 5 go through from Group B. The odds are slightly better on getting through. And obviously Group C, 6 in that group and only 2 go through. So it really is a bit of a minefield, Group C can be. Some people rather play the Group
60.
C because there's more games, whereas Group B can sort of pass you by a little bit. It's only 4 games each evening. And if you lose a couple on the spin before you know it, you're in
100.
All sorts of problems, particularly if you lose your first 2 games. You really need to go sort of through the card or only lose 1 game to then manage to qualify.
100.
So two very different dynamics for both Group B and C at the end of the week, and that's why it's all designed for that, for the excitement for the viewers at home on Pluto TV.
Ryan, you require 141.
Yeah, Group B, Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine, Mike Gillett. Group C, Richard McKee, Ollie Howard and Oliver King.
83 now.
Of course, Ryan is going to be back here regardless of what happens this week in August, because it's going to be one of the star names and star attractions when it comes to the next gen week.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he you know, it'd be nice for him to make the Saturday night finals, wouldn't it? And sort of have a bit of confidence about the place. He's been there before and done it. So he will want to have that momentum of having been there. But hey, maybe even winning the whole thing.
Game shot
Let's
in the
not
first leg,
discard
Ryan
it.
Bransley.
A nice 66 route, another alternative for 66. Used
Second
a
leg,
lot
it's Devon to throw
by the likes of
first.
James
Game
Wade,
on.
and so they go that direction, don't they? On the 66 route.
Yeah, one-off specials week.
91.
In fact, I actually, if I'm going to put my 10 pence piece on the line, I'd say actually I like the idea maybe of a specials week, maybe only
57.
being used once in a calendar year. Just adds a bit more, I suppose, grandeur to it, and you can call yourself, right, I'm the 2025 insert specials week winner.
140.
Yeah. Agreed. I think there is something in that, but the specials week here have proved so popular. Certain ones have proved so popular. I understand why we've done a couple of those in a year. I get that. I mean, the international pairs and having the coup of bringing Adrian Lewis back is just
100.
super special and big for us here, for everybody on Pluto TV and around the world who get it on that platform are going to see Adrian back sort of competing.
60.
It's not
Devon, you require
it's not a glorified
170.
exhibition. These guys are competing. There's finances on the end of it. This is not coming here and being a showboat at an exhibition. This is
100.
This is asking yourself the question. And for me, I think it's a big part of Adrian getting back on that road, and we'll find out whether he's interested in looking to go back and get his tour card in January. I just love the idea of the
81.
Internationals
Devon, you
week. I
require
really
70.
do.
So Petersen looking at 70. In fact, Devon's going to be playing in that particular week, representing South Africa.
38.
But this time he's got plenty of space to level up at one apiece. Brantley going to pile the pressure on though. Couple of trebles there makes this 32 feel a little bit more squeakier than it did before.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yeah,
Devon
nicely done
Petersen.
from Dev. 17 dart. Hold of throw.
Third leg is Ryan to throw first.
We know these things don't bother Brantley. We know that he has the mental capacity in these games 8 times out of 10.
96.
And you asked Brantley the question up to now this week, and he's given you an answer. And then sometimes it's not an answer that you want to hear.
121.
Now,
140.
I've been away for a couple of days, and I hear that you haven't been doing any tungsten teasering.
No, that's exclusive to you because we need you to have us hung on tender hooks with your tungsten teasers.
Well, would you like the tungsten teaser for Tuesday?
Oh, I'd love one. Go on, let's have it.
58.
World Match Play themed. Can you name the only year in World Match Play history, or the first year in World Match Play history, where no games went to extra legs?
55.
When was the first year a game of the World Match Play did not, or a World Match Play tournament didn't have a game going to extra legs? Answers on a postcard, please.
Well, it's definitely not 2025 because it's already happened.
Yes.
101. Devon, you require.
Wasn't it the first game of the tournament?
It was Heta against Gilding, wasn't it, on the Sunday?
Oh, it was Sunday. First game is Sunday. Yeah, afternoon, wasn't it? Yeah.
26. Ryan, you require 106.
Wow, Devon's made a bit of a mess of that. Brantley looking at 106 to move himself 2-1-2 the goods. All he can do from here is set up. But
66.
set
Devon,
up
you
he
require
will,
119.
leaving himself tops if Petersen can't nail the 119. In which he's not up to that particular
99.
task. And so
Ryan, you require
Brantley
40.
back looking at tops to move back in front again.
Devon did a 17 dart holder throw in the previous leg, and now Brantley has the opportunity to do a 17 back at him.
Game shot in the third
He actually
leg.
does
Ryan
an 18 and a
Brantley.
little fist pump there from Brantley. He knows the importance of this game
Fourth leg, it's Devon to throw first.
to
Game
his
up.
outlook and his outcome of Group A as today and tomorrow go on.
140. $83. $180.
Well, Petersen finds his second max of the game. Actually averages under 95. Playing well is Dev, but
80.
apparently doing a good job on the throw so far in this contest, which is all he really has to do. Ryan Brantley would be more than happy for this game to go
100.
4-3 as long as there's 7 holes to throw.
Yeah, he would. More than happy. I don't think it's going to come down to the
58.
numbers here.
Devon, you require
I think it's
81.
going to come down to the head-to-heads with Brantley and which of the players around the top two can actually be the fox in the hen house to
49.
the outcome of the group. That's what I think.
Well, good leg from Devon, leaving himself 32 after just a dozen darts thrown. Brantley, well, he's just giving up the next leg now, isn't he?
60. Devon, you require 30.
He'll have the darts and move himself one away. One left.
No score.
But Devon unable to get, and so again, Brantley, 4 visits to the board. nowhere near finished, but he's going to be closer now.
140. Devon, you require 32.
He's himself on a 2-darter if
Game
Devon
shot the
cannot
fourth
find
leg.
32,
Devon
which he
Petersen.
eventually does, and then just analysing what went right with that particular throw in comparison to
Fifth
the
leg,
others.
It's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is where a lot would say that Dev is overthinking. Once you've won the leg, don't think about that. But he's thinking about it in a positive way to why it happened and
57.
why he needs to do something very similar again.
$100.
Dev is one of the players that wears those darting shoes with all the angles that are perfect on the front. When Devon looks down at his shoes, the
100.
front of his shoes looks like a 50p piece. And they have a nice flat spot for standing at 90
81.
degrees, a nice flat spot for 45 degrees, and a nice flat spot to get your foot and toe up to the oche at 90 degrees. Purposely
96.
shaped dart shoes, and there you can see at the front. They're a round toe shoe, but the sole is square to keep you at 90 degrees.
96.
I've never tried a pair, never been lucky enough to have a pair. Don't even know if they do them in my size, but what I would say is that the
84.
people that have tried them and used them do kind of swear by them and use them and have fallen in love with them, so there must be something in it.
Man of
100.
style is our Dev.
Ryan, you require 160.
Looks the part.
They look stylish when you're in a dart room. When you walk up the road, they look a bit weird.
Another. Bullseye.
115.
Just above.
Devon, you require 124.
What considerate boy that Bransley is, that he has clear darts that we can actually see through and see the bullseye. I think maybe it should be a rule. Everybody has to have clear flights for vision
53.
to help out with
Ryan, you require 49.
the camera team and on shots like that.
Yeah, I think our camera guy, Ben, had a huge sigh of relief when that dart appeared to be see-through.
Game shot in the
As
fifth
Bransley
leg. Ryan Bransley.
sees himself 3-2 and with a clear view ahead of him.
Again, he's showing
Six leg,
such
it's Devon to throw
composure for a
first.
young man.
Game on.
Just no fluster. He's not flustered in any way, shape or form.
100.
I know I sound like Glenn when I say I'm really impressed with him, but I really am. And I'm sure Glenn is. Glenn would have heard of him far earlier than I would have done.
140.
Being up there in the northeast, he is a hotbed of darts, and Ryan Bransley looks to be the next off of the
123.
production line from up in that area.
No. See, if Glenn was here, he would have said, yes, how good a player he is, but he'd only be the second player from the North East to have won the Premier League if he was to go on and win it.
100.
Hi, Glenn.
He probably would, but I know you two like a bit of banter, so I'm going to stay out of this one. I'm gonna
140.
take a side step to the left. I'm not going to do the hokey cokey. I'm going to put my left leg out and stay out, if you don't
60.
mind.
Devon, you require 138.
Saving that for the barn dance anyway. Petersen, 138 isn't going to be taken.
I'm partial to a barn dance, I've got to have you say, but I'm not a good dancer.
58.
Nor am I, but it's never stopped me in the past.
Absolutely. I've heard you're a bit of a groover down Pop World.
139. Devon, you require 80.
Yeah, less said about the dancing at the Christmas party would be ideal. Anyway, Petersen to save this game. Double top.
60.
And because that doesn't go, Bransley is now in
Ryan,
position
you require
to
62.
win this game 4-2. If he can find 62 as Devon again analyses what went wrong there. And so, 2 darts for the match. Have come and gone, much to his frustration.
20.
Is Dev going to punish the mistake?
No score.
He is not. So Bransley returns.
Ryan, you require 20.
2 tens to wrap it up, to move on to 14 points, and to then pose the question of Boris Krcmar in the next game.
Game shot and
well,
the
clipped
Ryan
off the
Bransley.
barrel and in, and Ryan Bransley makes it a 3rd win of the day. He gets the better of Devon Petersen by 4 legs to 2, and this the turn of the tape. 86.5 average, 4 from 10. It's pretty much playing to that sort of type all day, really. Coming up next, Boris Krcmar takes on Dan Astbury.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So welcome back here to the Modus Super Series. If you just joined us, you've missed Ryan Bransley beating Devon Petersen in our last match. Match number 7, 4 legs to 2. Sending Bransley to the top of the table. Our next game is game 8. As we're at halfway point today in day 2 of Group A. And Boris Krcmar is taking on Dan Astbury now. In this one yesterday, the result went Boris's way 4-2, but the turning
First
point in
leg
the
is
match
Boris
was
to throw
a big
first.
167 shot for
on.
Boris at 2-2, and he closed the game out 4-2. I've said numerous times today that Dan Astbury really did play well yesterday, but his doubling was offering opportunities which every other player was
55.
more than happy to take against him. Being the nice guy that he is, it always happens to the nice guys. That's what happens. And but Boris is now battling a different
58.
element here, and that's in the form of 17-year-old from Blythe in the northeast, Ryan Bransley. He is now gone toe-to-toe. These two have gapped
96.
themselves in the points table and made them 6 above the rest. So it's beginning to look like a 2-horse race to the end of this Group A
43.
campaign, which will finish around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So stay with us if you want to find the outcome of this.
60.
But Boris and Bransley have been the two standout players so far as we reach the halfway stage
60.
here on Tuesday moving day, and it's the only moving that's happened is the others have moved down in the standings. In Krcmar and
60.
Bransley have started to leave the pack like a peloton breakaway.
Yeah, the only moving is moving away on this
40.
Tuesday so far.
$45. $60. $45.
Oh, Boris leaving himself
32. Boris, you require 140.
on a finish. Another. Just looks so likely, doesn't he? At any moment to do
92.
anything is Boris.
If I was those darts, I'd do as I was told as well. If Boris was telling me to go somewhere, I'd say, how quick, Boris? How quick do you need me there?
100. Boris, you require 48.
Made short work of his game so far. Loves double
Game shot the
18.
first leg. Boris
Gets double
Krcmar.
18 and leads 1-0. And so far today, Boris has been getting on his bike
Second leg, it's
because
Dan
he
to
has
throw first.
raced
Game
away
on.
with the games that he's won. Both of them by 4-1 scorelines against Richie Burnett in his opener, then second out
81.
against Devon Petersen. Averages of 93 and 96. His doubling has been effortless. 4 from 7, 4 from 10 in both of his
85.
matches so far today. Did you get any closer to a year for the Tungsten Tees? The first year there hasn't been extra time
140.
in matches at the World Match Play.
Do you know, I can't even begin to imagine.
60.
I'm trying to remember a year that there hasn't. There just seems to be always a sort of
180.
deciding win by 2 clear in that tournament. And I've got to be honest, I didn't even know there was a year that it didn't happen.
I'll put you all out your misery in the next
Daniel
thing, because this is a
100.
really good poss from Astbury, leaving himself on a ton after just 9 darts. Potential 11 darter here. Not just
Game shot
potential
the
11
second leg,
darter,
Dan
there is an
Astbury.
11 darter. And Astbury's back on terms.
Third leg is Boris to throw first. Game on.
It's his first ton plus finish of the week. As I said earlier, Boris hit a 167 against him yesterday.
140.
And that was the turning point in the match. Does that 111 dart leg, is that the turning point in this match for
134.
Astbury? Is it a turning point in his day? There is that third spot in the table to chase amongst a clutch of players
87.
underneath. Like I say, Group B is the more favourable group. The odds are better of getting out of the group.
54.
It's just can you play late at night? From 10 o'clock that one starts. Lots of players find that an unnatural time to be playing and struggle with it.
47.
Others prefer it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Thursday and Friday going to be a busy old day of darts. So you've got Group C in the afternoon here. Then you've got the Winter Gardens, quarterfinals.
60.
Thursday, Friday night. And then after they're done, you can come and give us a little bit of a look.
Yeah, you're right. I probably won't eat that day. I'll just be darted up.
Hey, there's a thing called
100.
delivery apps. Good save that was.
Good save indeed.
Did somebody say
83,
127 in game?
27.
Treble 20 is the shot. Treble 17 is the shot.
119.
Double 8 was the shot.
Dan, you require 170.
Do you fancy the fish? No, don't fancy the fish, Scott. It's not happening.
No, because by the time it gets delivered here, it'll be cold.
134. Boris,
Oh,
you require
sorry.
8.
Yes, the big fish. I thought all the fish were big down here in Portsmouth, next to the sea in the chippies.
Oh, there are some good chippies near the venue, trust me. There's not a food venue around here which has not been
Game shot
tried
the
over the
third
last few
leg.
years
Boris
as Krcmar
Krcmar.
finds the double 2 for a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
I'm very surprised that one of them hasn't designed an entrepreneurial 10% voucher for this place to attract you to their
45.
eatery.
I think that's because everyone now knows I just go to an Italian restaurant most
54.
weeks.
I can understand why you have actually taken me there. Oh, wow. I'm not Italian, but the
100.
calzone is to die for.
Although I found a really nice noodle bar, which is really, really... Anyway, shall we stop talking about
100.
food at lunchtime? It's making me hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. I've run out of munchies.
97.
Well, even an off game for Boris, he's still...
140.
I was going to say finding himself in a decent position, but Astbury, 140, has left himself at a finish to level up.
180.
But just when he
Dan, you
needed
got
to find
149.
something, he fires in a max.
He did, just when he's under pressure, and that's been what he's been doing in this Group A campaign. Could still
99.
find himself
Boris
under a bit
requires
here, though, as
79.
well. Good stuff from Astbury. And that's what pressure does. Can he get himself out of it? Not on this occasion, Boris
63.
doesn't.
Dan, you require 50.
And so he's got to hope that Dan Astbury does what really he's been doing all day, missing
Game
darts and a
shot the fourth
double,
leg,
but he's
Dan
rectified
Astbury.
that situation there. And we are back level at 2-2.
All of a
This
sudden,
leg is
Astbury looks
Boris to
cool,
throw
calm and
first.
collected
Game on.
here, doesn't he?
Midway through the day, game number 8, still 7 more to go after this.
99.
We're probably going to be with you until around about, what, 2:30 this afternoon, maybe a little bit later.
140. $180.
Plenty of other content as well on
140.
Pluto TV away from the live darts. In fact, before we went live this morning, we had a tungsten talk with Jared Cole.
125.
He could be quite handy in the old comms box, couldn't he, our Jared?
77.
Well, he does everything
Boris,
else
you
here.
require
Why not? Let's
97.
teach him that.
The only thing he needs to learn how to do is play. Anyway, Krcmar 97. This is a potential
Game shot
11
fifth
darter
leg,
to
Boris
lead
Krcmar.
3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Boris 3-2 up.
96.
And just when he was in a little bit of bother, as he piled in an 11 darter, and all of a sudden, he's awoken, he's switched on. And he's doing what great players do. When they're not at their best, they just find a gear when they need to.
Yeah, they find a way, they find a belief.
121.
Astbury here is showing me that he has much more in the locker than he's been showing us so far
60.
this week. He's been apprehensive. He's had brilliance at times, but just not in prolonged spells. And I think if he can sort this doubling issue out this week, by the end of the week, he's going to be an absolute cert of a shoe-in for one of those spots for Saturday.
60.
Because I think once he finds that doubling issue and sorts it out, or just starts believing and becoming more deadly on the doubles, the rest will just fall into place. The inconsistency will disappear because you know when you get to that double, you can hit it. First time Boris has failed to catch that twizzly dart that falls out of his hand.
So this to take us all the way, and that diversion
76.
was headed for the treble and finds it with the last dart.
I think that was a genuine bounce out off the blade wire, that one, hitting it flush on.
29. Dan, you require 32.
Don't know about you, Scott, but I've got a feeling we're going to go all the way.
Game shot in the sixth
I
leg,
think
Dan
you're
Astbury.
right.
Seventh and final leg, it's Boris to throw first.
The one advantage Boris has here is that he has the darts in the last leg. The disadvantages that he has here is that Astbury's running a 90 average and Boris an unusual
100.
84 for himself, which he doesn't generally do.
60. $99. 41.
Just feel like one big score will probably give you the keys to this last leg.
Yeah, Astbury, a little bit of inexperience there. Tried to float that between the two. Possibly going for a clear target and an open target like a 57 in that
96.
situation rather than force the issue. May have been the idea, but I mean, I've not seen enough of him play and only seen him this week.
58. $96.
Yeah, 3-4-2 is a bit of a bogey number for players to be leaving after 2 throws.
Boris, you require 110.
You kind of don't want to be doing that because you can't leave a shot, even with big treble hitting.
94. Done.
Boris went for the bull dart too, 110 checkout.
Dan Astbury found that funny. Good to see he still has a sense of humour here.
100.
Yeah, good stuff from Dan. He leaves himself a 161. Should he get back?
But he's not going to get back because Boris Krcmar just continues to win games. And his latest one, a 4-3 win against Dan Astbury, whose every single game today has gone the distance. Not his best performance, but he found his best stuff when it mattered. Boris in that one. Coming up next, it is Niels Heinsoe up against Richie Burnett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Boris Krcmar got the better of Dan Astbury by 4 legs to 3. Game number 9 is a meeting between Niels Heinsoe and Richie Burnett. There's a battle between the two players at the bottom of the Group A table. Richie 5th, 4 points from his first 7 games. Niels with a solitary win from his first 7 matches on the Live Loud stage. This game number 9 of the session, the final match from the 3rd round of fixtures for the day. Then we'll head into cycle number 4 with a huge meeting between Boris Krcmar and Ryan Bransley
First
at
leg
the
is Niels to throw first. Game on.
top of the table. Winner of that would be on 16 points, and you'd fancy their chances to then complete the card for the day. Boris takes on Niels in his last game, and then Ryan will take on
140.
Dan Astbury. Well, let's get the answer to the tungsten teaser out of the way with, shall we?
46.
Question was, what was the first year in World Match Play history where not one game went to extra legs? The year was 2016.
45.
Yeah, Raymond van Barneveld, the year that Michael van Gerwen would beat Phil Taylor in the final. The only final Phil would lose in that tournament.
60.
I just said the name Raymond van Barneveld is. Don't those flights look rather RVB?
100.
I agree. I think they kind of are.
100. 45. 100.
Would it be fair to say that this is the Dad's Army game of this group?
$91. Richie,
Bit before my time, that.
15.
Yeah, I thought you would say that.
Yeah, 9 scored.
Yeah.
Loser this one would be.
Sorry?
The loser this game would be.
Niels, you require 80.
Yeah, doomed. Absolutely doomed.
Double top for Niels. Oh,
60.
just creeps underneath.
Richie,
Gave
you
it a
require
second
85.
glancing look, but not going to change where it originally ended up. But it's going to get a couple in his hand at that target.
Game
And
shot.
really, that's a bit of a
Richie
pinch
Burnett.
for Richie Burnett.
It is indeed, and
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
yeah, going back to the Dad's Army
Game
series, only in the UK could you make such a comedic series about such a serious issue. But that's what we
22.
do. We're able to laugh at ourselves, as Richie Burnett will do there after hitting a lovely 85 shot out. Opens up with 22 in the next leg.
41.
A Taylor Swift start.
$85. 55. 44. 59.
One thing we haven't mentioned about Heinsoe's darts is the fact that they're so light that they very easily defect off of the flight because there's no weight to them. 180 for Burnett. Is he going to do the 350 in 6?
140. Richie require
My
170.
dear friend Paul Nicholson was here. He'd be getting excited right now. He'd be super excited right now.
105.
I think we all went at the same time. Even Richie Burnett there.
So what he has done is he put himself in a good position to go 2-0 up in this game. He pinched the opening leg, didn't he, against throw. Now that is so precarious. That's the downside of having a dart like Neil's is
80.
when something
Richie, you
finds
require
the top
65.
corner, particularly the top right-hand side, it's going to obscure the target when you're looking for others to nestle alongside it as Burnett looks at tops.
45.
And now
Niels,
hopes
you
that
require
Niels doesn't
126.
find the 126. So we had the 122 today.
And again, umpteen times we've seen this with Niels. He's missed the big number to keep the shot open and alive with 2 darts in the hand.
Richie required 20. Game shot in the second leg. Richie Burnett.
And that takes a 2-0 lead with that double 5.
Third leg, it's
There was
Niels
a
to
lot
throw first.
of
Game
shots,
on.
games and legs won on double 5 yesterday. It was probably the most prolific double hit. Today we've not seen it so much. Obviously the
100.
doubling sharpened up a bit and
140.
Burnett back in that treble 20. Looking dandy in this one, isn't he, thus far?
Looking controlled.
60.
None of the antics of his previous game where he really was getting frustrated with himself, wasn't he, in that game against Ryan Brady. I suppose the one thing as well that Richie kind of does have to his favour is the fact that he's got the games
85.
between him and the top two out the way with in his first 2 games. So the second half of the session, he really can try and attack and assault.
Yeah.
60.
He would prefer Group B if he can get there.
100.
He does have Petersen and
100.
Astbury also having big hopes of making it there as well.
41.
Well, that's a sorry state of affairs at the minute for
75.
Niels Heinsoe. It's
Richie
just
require
not happening for
135.
him right now in this contest. And Burnett looking for 3-0 lead. Couldn't find the 135. And so Niels is going to get a look here at the 106.
75. Niels, you require 106.
So treble 18, no, stayed there.
54.
Obviously
Richie,
fancied
you
a different
require
double.
60. Game shot in the third leg. Richie Burnett.
Nicely done there from Burnett. The bread and butter shots. Those little 2-dart
Fourth leg
finishes.
is Richie to throw first. Game on. $41.
Well, we haven't had a 4-0
60.
scoreline yet today. Richie looking to be the first to win this game to 0.
83.
Having said that, it's probably not going to end 4-3.
45. $89.
Burnett now chastised himself for not hitting his desired location. We did touch on it earlier. It's what makes Richie Burnett, and that's what keeps him going. That's his way of dealing with the game.
$100.
And those darts where he goes over the top, they're brilliant darts. It's years and years and years of practice to enable himself to do that and to know that the dart will go there. When you look back at Richie's career and the darts that he's used, generally they've been a very similar dart to what he's using now. Probably a few less
45.
rings on it. I think the shape at the front was slightly different back in the day when he was being a world championship winner, but the general setup of the dart,
60.
the length of the
Richie
barrel, the
required
diameter of the
143.
barrel, the length of the point, it's all been very similar.
$83.
So Burnett back for 60 for a comprehensive and routine 4-0 win. The first 4-0 scoreline of the day. Not before he has a little bit of a
Richie
conversation with his
60.
speaker. For the match. Double 10.
40. Neil's your requirement.
So offers up an
134.
outside chance here to Heinsoe.
$94. Richie, you required 20.
To get the job done. Double 10.
Games
Double
are
10
under
is
match.
found,
Richie
and
Burnett.
Richie Burnett wins his first game of the day, and it's a comprehensive win as well. A 4-0 success against Niels Heinsoe.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuire,
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19th for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So we are 9 games down on this Tuesday morning here at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Richie Burnett get the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4-0. Prior to that, boys, Krcmar made it win number 3 of the day against Dan Astbury, while Bransley doing exactly the same. And the pair meet in the 10th game of the session. They cannot be separated at the top of the table, both on 14 points. So winner of this one will move on to 60. But as you can see, Boris has a very healthy lead when it comes to the legs differs, but of course a big win for Ryan, and not just see him go in front on points, but would also evaporate that advantage Boris would have in terms of that particular metric. So it's game 10 of the session as we head into the final third of the day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 6 more matches for your entertainment, beginning with this big top of the table clash between Bransley and Boris. Blythe against Zagreb for the bragging rights at the top of the table. Zagreb, a famous footballing town, just like Blythe is, famous for its Blythe Spartans, who went on many a infamous FA Cup run.
Is Boris to throw first.
If I remember rightly,
Game on.
didn't Dinamo Zagreb knock Jose Mourinho's Tottenham Hotspur out of the Europa League a few years ago?
That I'm going to have to leave with you.
180.
One thing I can say is that Ryan Bransley yesterday had this as a 4-3 win
100.
and was Boris's only defeat yesterday. Bransley had a 1-2-1 shot out on the ball in the process, if I remember rightly. And it was a bit of a nip and tuck affair, with Bransley being
60.
just over the 80 mark on the average, and Boris, it was his lowest average of the day yesterday. But he still
83.
managed to scrap his way to 3 legs. Which is why he probably topped the table last night on legs
41.
difference.
Boris, you require 138.
Well, the 138 isn't going to go, but Boris has got plenty
98.
of time and space in this opening leg. He himself tops after 12. In his last game, he went on that burst, didn't he, of 14 data, 14 data
100.
to...
Boris,
Sorry,
you
the game
require
before, shall I
40.
say. Back-to-back 14s
shot in
to
the
set
first
his
leg.
stall
Boris
out, and he
Krcmar.
sets his stall out in this one with a 13 data.
Second leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
He looks rather pleased with himself, it has to be said. But he's playing to a very high level of consistency,
93.
which effectively means that when we get to the crunch on Saturday, someone over that short format in the semi-final final is probably just going to have to find
96.
something above what they've been used to playing all week to kind of dethrone him from winning the week. You just begin to get that feeling already.
You do, You do, but we know that the Saturday
140.
night finals night is a very different concept to the weekly qualifying system. And
26.
Krcmar, here's that first signs of a few nerves here, that 26. Bransley jumps on it with a couple of
128.
trebles. Nicely done, young man. You have to say, this leg could be all
140.
over bar the shouting, but fair play to Boris. Still 100 behind, but puts a wee bit of pressure on the young man.
62.
This has a feeling of a game. If you don't get legs wrapped up in 5 visits, you will not win the leg.
Yeah, I agree, Henry. I think, and that's the way it should be. They're both top of the table.
78.
And 140 leaving 99 for Boris really does put Bransley under pressure, but he
38. Boris, you require 99.
thought about the tops before he thought of the big number. I think he was trying to throw that to the right of the 20 so that it left him an open target for tops. Krcmar has gone 19, and then for the
83.
treble,
Ryan, you require
16, hits a 7, comes back, leaves himself 16. He seems to prefer that side of the board. Does Krcmar? Will he get back there? Oh, that was a lovely dart to bounce off of. It
20.
hasn't happened, and he's right on the
Boris, you
wire,
require
inside and out.
16.
Offers an opportunity to Boris. Boris is doing the same.
12.
Is this a sign that
Ryan, you
both know how
required
important this game
20.
is, Henry?
Well, they both know that if they win this game, then they have the group exactly where they want it. They
Game
can
shot in the
begin
second
to
leg. Ryan Bransley.
plot a path going into tomorrow. And Bransley levels up at one
Third leg is
apiece.
Boris to throw first. Game on.
And levels up at one apiece while Boris is doing a 96.58 average. This was what? It's a little bit above what
140.
Boris has been doing as a regular. Bransley's down on 77.61, so it shows that he had a really poor start to the game in that first leg.
100.
On the second leg in 19 darts.
81.
It's all about Bransley now trying to relax against the throw, and if you get a chance to chip away at your opponent, a double 180s will help you on the way to that, that's for sure.
$60.
Well, Bransley has overturned the darts in this third leg. Potential break opportunity, potential opportunity to take charge of the match after Boris missed a visit's worth of darts to lead this game 2-0 just a matter of moments ago. But so does Bransley have the opportunity to have 6 darts in his hand. He's actually presented the opportunity back to his Croatian opponent.
60.
Who, it's fair to say, he didn't take it, so anything around an 85 or a ton mark here would see Bransley as favourite.
98. Boris, you require
98.
160.
Just what the doctor ordered. And the doctor's still got his stethoscope out.
Game shot in the third leg. Boris Krcmar.
Boris Krcmar, 160 in the biggest of moments. Wipes his sweat off his brow there with his hand. No reaction whatsoever. Flexes his shoulders. He knows that was good.
What was the doctor using again?
A stethoscope.
100.
I had a Henry moment.
60.
I really did.
$68.
We can't have a laugh at each other. Who can we have a laugh at, Henry?
The others.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, we'll do that next time.
96.
Super stuff from Boris.
$59.
Bearing in mind, that was just a hold throw. That wasn't the break throw. That was the hold throw.
And it's not just the size of the finish, it's the impact that the finish has. But Ryan's not somebody that's allowed that disappointment to dwell into this leg.
Yeah, and that's what I like about this guy.
45. $140.
And look what he's left himself on again. Took it in the previous leg. And if he takes it again, he's going to have the darts for a 4-1 win,
59.
which would be a huge win, not
Boris
just in
with
terms of the points,
160.
but the gap in terms of the legs difference would just continue to rise. Another one of them. Rinse and repeat.
On the fourth leg, Boris Krcmar.
Back-to-back 160 checkouts for Boris Krcmar to turn this game on its head. Just when Ryan Bransley a couple of legs ago thought he really could flex his muscles, Big Boris has come back and come back with a vengeance.
I have to say that young man can probably play for another 30 years and that not happen to him. Back-to-back 160s ever again. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible from Boris. 160 to hold a leg that it looked like was going away from him. And then 160 to break the throw of Bransley in the next leg.
134.
Top draw stuff from Boris Krcmar that we have brought him in to see.
55.
And don't forget, he's on debut. It's only his second day here. Oh, he'll be doing 9 dart finishes before long, won't he? By the end of the week.
I'll hold you to that promise, Scott. I only have one more day and go paid to it.
I'm just surmising.
Following the 160 finishes in back-to-back legs, Boris Krcmar has left himself on 87 after 9, averaging in excess of 103. He knew he needed to turn up for this game, and turn up for this game, he has.
55.
Bransley just being outclassed and outgunned in this contest, and will now look to finish off his day against Dan Astbury on a high. And because of the legs difference, Boris Krcmar, if he hits this, is guaranteed, irrespective of what happens for the rest of the day, to be top of the group going into Wednesday. And he finds a double 16, a 14 darter, and a superb performance in a huge top-of-the-table clash. It was the 2 back-to-back 160s. That was the real turning point of that contest. A contest which saw him average in excess of a ton, 50% on his doubles all told. He beats Ryan Bransley and crucially goes 2 points clear at the top of the table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Boris Krcmar ensured that he would top the table going into Wednesday's action with a 4-1 win over Ryan Bransley. Average in excess of a ton in that game, and the 2 160 checkouts really did change the whole direction of the contest. Match number 11 is a meeting between Devon Petersen and Niels Heinsoe, and this a meeting between the two players at the bottom of proceedings in this particular group. So from the top to the bottom,
First
and
leg,
getting
it's
to the
Devon
bottom of
to
every
throw
single
first.
game
Game on.
is the 2015 World Champion Scott Mitchell alongside me in commentary.
Still trying to catch my breath here from the back-to-back 160 shot-outs from Boris Krcmar, and what was such an important game as far as the group ending today.
100.
You have to feel for the young man, Ryan Bransley. He really didn't do a lot wrong in that game, other than sit there. And you have to
100.
admire the skills of Krcmar there, the two back-to-back 160s. He is sat in that back room now, the players' room. One very happy
27.
man, having broken the back of the job now on Group A. It's just about how he handles himself till the end of the group.
100.
Well, this has been a really positive start here for Devon, leaving himself at a finish after 9, and Neil's just nowhere to be seen in this
16.
opening
Devon, you
leg.
require 121.
So 6 starts, possibly more from the 121, which is why he starts on the bullseye. And he'll probably stay there because the guide to the treble was so
65.
good. We'll come back for 56. And he's got
84.
plenty
Devon,
of
you
time
require
to
56.
get himself on the board in this game. Still not going to get himself on the board for the day. He's lost his first 3 games as Dev.
16.
Yeah, and that's not the Dev we know and love. Looks a forlorn figure in the
60.
background, doesn't he?
Devon, you
Walking
require
back round,
40.
shoulders down. Need to find some positivity in the body language.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, that'll
Devon
help it.
Petersen.
17
Second leg,
dart,
it's Niels to
opening
throw
hold of
first.
throw.
Game on.
Devon, one of a couple of players to have given us presence here at the Super Series. I don't know whether he's ever given you a Darty the Dart bot.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, very easy for me to say.
140.
Last week, we had a piece of Super Series memorabilia given to us because Tony the Tiger Sorensen gave us a
43.
Tony Tiger. There we go. Have a look at that. A Tony the Tiger shirt.
Yeah, very nice. It would
100.
act as a little beer chiller. You could get that over the top of your bottle. Keep your beer cool.
They do that a lot in the United States, don't they? In Canada.
Yeah. Australia as well.
59.
Little stubby, little T-shirt stubby. Actually, back in the day, I don't know if you ever knew, I was world champion once, and back in the day,
What?
yeah, I was, yeah. And back in the day, I used to have
100.
little dart shirt stubby covers, and they were a replica of one of my dart shirts, but they went over your bottle of beer.
Can we still find them at the car boots?
No, they're
137,
a
161.
collector's item. They're now in the Natural History Museum.
Okay, they're at the bad car boot set. Anyway, 161 for Dev. We'll stay there.
129.
I only had 10 made. I've still got 8 at home, and I had one. So there's one out there somewhere.
55. Devon, you require 32.
Bestseller of the month. Anyway, double 16. 2 8s.
16.
To be
Neil,
fair, I
require
found it difficult. I
107.
usually forget my wallet and leave my wallet home, let alone remember to take my stubby cover.
107. Double top.
Game shot in the second leg.
Credit
Niels
to
Heinsoe.
Niels there, because for the last couple of legs he's been outplayed, gets given an opportunity,
Third
takes
leg
the
is Devon to
opportunity.
throw first.
His
Game on.
second ton plus checkout of the day, and we are back level at 1-1.
Yeah, it is. It's fourth in 2 days. There's only one man in the field who has hit
83.
more 100 plus shot outs than Niels, and that is Boris, who sits top of the table, but he's been doing the big ones, the 167
99.
and a couple of 160s, 111 and a 121. So he's on 5 ton plus finishes to Niels is 4.
81.
If he could add some scoring in amongst that as well, you feel that Niels could be a real contender, but it just hasn't quite happened for him yet.
44. 60. 100. 85. 87. 134. 30. Devon, you require 58.
So for 2 a lead, Petersen looks at double top. And now double 10.
Game shot
In
the
the
third
double
leg,
10
Devon
and
Petersen.
into a 2-1 lead. Devon Petersen in control of this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on. 39. 100. 100. 100. 60. 55.
'Don't forget, you can get in touch
56.
with us here at the Super Series by tagging your tweets to @MSS Darts. So
58.
highlights of this session and highlights of this game will be available once the session concludes. Probably not too many highlights of this game, actually. Still awaiting the
96.
spot. I mean, it looked like it was going to be the case when Devon got off to a fast start, but it just felt like neither's really been able to properly settle.
140. Niels, you
No,
require
agreed.
150.
Treble 20. Went for the ball for double top.
90. Devon, you require 48.
It was like the 54 route there because where it is on the board to where the treble 20 is, it's not a big adjustment. I think going for the bullseye is a larger adjustment, and you limit your odds going that direction.
16. Niels, you require
So
60.
this is for a level game. Tops.
40.
Doesn't go, and so Devon now
Devon, you
looking at
require
double 16
32.
again for a 2-leg lead and the darts to win it in the next.
No score.
Well, Niels
Niels,
thought
you
that was done and
require
dusted.
20.
He was there with his arms folded, thinking that one's over. What a mistake I've made. He now has an option to come back.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Niels
One thing he
Heinsoe.
does hit is double 10. He is very good on the double 10.
Fifth leg is Devon to
It's
throw
now
first.
2-2, and
Game up.
Petersen to throw first in what is now turned into a best-of-3 shootout.
The old news of the world.
60.
Don't mention that. Bobby George will be on the Twitter feed before you know it. Back-to-back, 2 years in a row he won that, I think.
60.
One of the years didn't even drop a legger.
Which is crazy when you think about the format and the precariousness of the peculiarities about it.
Well, the qualifying thing, you have to
43.
start back at the floor in your own pub and then go to your area and then get to Ali Pali back in the day. It's fantastic. The champion of champions,
81.
obviously, that culminates in the finals in Cardiff. It's been taken on, so the system is still out there, and you have to win your participating
80.
venue and enter. We've had some big champions of champions winners.
Oh, Gizzy Price, Johnny Clayton. And it's been a real launch pad for the
100.
likes of Kurt Parry and particularly Alex Small when he won that tournament 3 years ago.
Yeah, Alex Small's another one. We've seen him here a lot. And Kurt
57.
Parry lately.
Nick Kenny won last year's tournament in Cardiff at the
70.
Depot. £10,000 he picked up for winning that particular competition.
100.
Yeah, one of the biggest tournaments and competitions outside the ranking systems that we have in place currently.
I know of a few tour card holders that
92.
have
Devon,
won
you
their
require
qualifiers
161.
to play in the tournament.
I thought you might know them.
46. Niels, you
You're like a
require 98.
Darts oracle, aren't you?
I'll tell you what, we'll go through some of the players that have won tournaments to qualify for that very shortly as
23.
I
Devon,
try
you require
and make sense of the situation on the hockey here. Petersen 115.
Struggling on that decision from Heinsoe
41.
to go for
Niels,
double
you require
19. He's
75.
kind of hardly hit a double all week this week, and now decides to go double.
35.
It would have been ironic if he'd have hit
Devon, you
that.
require
It really would have
74.
been. So Devon 74, going to get one at tops. Niels looking
54.
to the sky,
Niels,
and it
you
seems
require
to have
40.
worked. Heinsoe here after double top. Double 10. Still double 10.
Game shot in the fifth
And
leg.
he takes
Niels
double
Heinsoe.
10, which he has been all in the last 2 days. It's been his most successful double. When he gets to double 10,
Niels to throw first.
seems to suit him. So he's 3-2 up then.
Game
The
up.
African Warrior now has the darts. Can he close the game out?
So yeah, some of the winners of that tournament over
100.
the years. Steve Degville won it the first year in 2014. Gowrin Price 2015. Johnny Clayton 2016. Paul Hogan in 2017.
100.
Ryan Searle 2018. Jim Williams 2019. Alex Small 2022. Kurt Parry 2023. And Nick Kenny, as I say,
58.
winning last year's tournament. That takes place, or the finals anyway, take place at the Depot in Cardiff on August the 23rd.
140.
Best of 3 from start to finish.
140.
A few tour card holders have qualified, like Sir Danny Lowby, Matt Dennant, Adam Warner have qualified.
92.
A few Super Series regulars, as you expect, to qualify. The likes of Charlie Martin, Martin Thomas, Chaz Barstow, Mike Gillett.
Yes. 47.
He's a player I don't think we've seen yet this series, Charlie Martin. Really impressive at the ADC last year.
Yeah, very much so. I think he's been playing in the ADC Windmill Tour.
59. Devon, you
So
require
the first one of the
74.
year at Bradmore Farm. I saw him so much that he actually beat me 4-2.
For 3-3.
42. Niels, you
Double
require
60 doesn't
97.
go, and so Niels will return. Look at a 97 to win this match. Tops to win it.
77.
Doesn't go, and Petersen
Devon, you
presented with an
require
opportunity
32.
to give us a decider. He has hated the southwest side of the board today.
No score.
Absolutely hates it.
Niels, you require 20.
2 from 20 in terms of his finishing in this game, and this game could come to a finish. But that slipped into the 6.
That's excitement there from Niels. I think
score.
we saw
Devon, you
him
require 32.
lip to himself, rubbish.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
And now
Devon
we go
Petersen.
3-3. It's kind of been a
Seventh and
riveting
final leg is
contest for
Devon
all
to
the
throw
wrong
first.
reasons.
Game on.
17.5 minutes, and these two cannot be separated.
81.
Well, the good news is, if you're enjoying this game, we've still got 4 more to go.
81.
Absolutely. We did see Niels go and take a moment to himself in the corner there. Highly disappointed
81.
with the outlook on the end of leg 6. Looked to be cruising, but Devon got his foot in the door and booted it wide open with a double 16, and now we go down the last. Petersen has the darts.
100.
And is he going to make Heinsoe pay for the doubling disaster that he had at the end of leg 6?
55.
So Petersen looking to round this game off, looking to come from behind and get what will be a
100.
first win of the day. We head into the 20th minute of the contest,
95.
and we
Devon,
are
you
now
require
one step closer
139.
to finding the winner of it. Petersen six them here.
99.
Talking of extra time, do you think any of the women's games will go to extra time tonight?
Well, 2 of the 4 quarterfinals went to penalties.
So the law of averages says one of them could.
Although I do get the sense that I think the 2 semi-finals could maybe be one-way
26.
traffic. But it hasn't been one-way
Devon, you
traffic in this
require
game, has it?
40.
And Petersen looking at tops to seal a comeback win. Well, they say what goes around comes around. He spurned a lead earlier on today against Dan Astbury.
20.
And he will be made to wait to complete the comeback job here.
Yeah, 3 from 24 for Devon. It's drastically harming his average.
42. Devon, you require 20.
So it's a split, 2-4-4.
12.
Clips the wire, grazes the wire.
Niels, you
Deciding
require
to say
142.
that means Devon doesn't feel that Niels can get this 1-4-2. Is he going to regret the decision? No.
So back with 3 more in hand, a 4-4 to complete
58. Devon, you
a
require
4-3
8.
victory. Devon Petersen looking for a first win of the day
Game
and
start, and the
eventually
match,
gets
Devon
that first
Petersen.
win of the day. A 4-3 success against Niels Heinsoe, and Devon Petersen is off the mark on Tuesday. Coming up after the break, it is Dan Astbury against Richie Burnett.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Petersen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidge
Welcome back to Pluto TV, where we are with you all afternoon for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Devon Petersen got the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4 legs to 3. Game number 12 of the session is a meeting between Dan Astbury and Richie Burnett. Now, let's run the rule over their days so far then, shall we? Dan and Richie both on 6 points. For Richie, got his first win last time out against Niels. Dan got his win early on in proceedings against Devon Petersen. And these two can move level on points. In fact, the winner will overtake Devon at the 3rd place position in the group for a victory in this one because of their superior legs difference over Dev.
$58.
This very much a quintessential mid-table battle.
$60. $81.
Don't really know what to make of this game, to be perfectly honest with you, Scott.
100.
No, I think it's one of those that the way that the two have been going, it has potential for missed doubles for me.
134.
Both have struggled on the outer ring today and yesterday, and it's been their Achilles heel. And if they're going to find a way to the Saturday night finals, they've got to somehow straighten that out. And for some players, it's go off and find a dartboard and keep throwing at the doubles, throwing at the doubles, throwing at the doubles after the session. For others, it's ignore there's a problem and come back and eradicate it from your mind and start hitting the doubles tomorrow and
83.
Create your own luck, so to speak. But we've got a breakaway at the top of the group, which has made it interesting in itself because obviously we've got a breakaway for the top two. They're looking odds on, unless they have major disasters, to end up being winning Group A or odds on favourites to make Group B. And then we have kind of a battle between the next three. Burnett, Petersen and Astbury for the last final spot in Group B.
60.
And it feels that that's going to be the race here.
So Burnett 155. Down for treble 19. Strays wide, and so Astbury will come back 3-1 hand at double 10 as Burnett has a inspection as to his miss with dart 2.
123.
Sort it out nicely.
20.
We just said Niels do this in the last game. Across the double 7, but Niels didn't do that.
Astbury.
Then puts his arm by way of apology. Richie Burnett literally is
Game
just
winding up the windmill there, trying to get his arm to move. I think he's
100.
a bit of a shoulder issue by the looks of things.
$99.
It's done a fair bit of work, that shoulder, over a few years on the throwing arm, hasn't it?
140.
longevity is something seldom seen in this sport. And actually, when you think about everything about
58.
Richie, you wouldn't say it leads to that kind of long time in the sport, but he's been on the professional circuit since the late 1980s.
60.
Exactly. I'm trying to think if I ever seen a match not completed with an injury on the hockey, and the only one that sort of comes across my mind, I remember Martin Atkins having an issue at Lakeside and was unable to complete the game.
We had Sven Verdonk, didn't we, here a couple of years ago, had to pull out at the beginning of his game against John Desramo of
81.
Belgium.
Yeah, I remember Van Duivenbode coming onto the
Richie
stage,
McGuire,
bouncing around like a
120.
jackrabbit and twisting his ankle on the hockey, the raised hockey.
Didn't he win that game as well as Burnett looks at tops?
100.
Yeah, possibly
Daniel
did.
McGuire, 135.
Trying to think of other high-profile games that maybe didn't get completed.
59.
I remember
Richie
Justin
required
Pipe
20.
snapping a point on his dart. Was that Ali Pally? Can't remember where that was, but yeah, and it
Game
took a
shot the
while
second
to get
leg,
him a
Richie
spare
Burnett.
dart, which was in his case elsewhere in the building.
Oh,
Third leg is
here's
Dan to
one.
throw first. Game on.
At Lakeside a few years ago, I covered the tournament. Maria O'Brien, shall I say, completely fell off the
140.
stage on the walk-on. Obviously, you walk off on the side of the stage. You have that bit that goes onto the raised stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, she fell off. She fell off of that
43.
onto the floor, and that's a bit of a height to fall off.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I now you mention it, I think I do remember it.
100.
It's on the funny side of it, but yeah, it was like she was down on the deck for quite a while.
Yeah, I love Obi. She's a dear friend. Obviously,
100.
we've been on England duties together, and obviously from down in Devon. Has been playing for Cornwall of late.
100. $42. Dan, you require 161.
So 161 for Astbury and 6 darts from here. Can't be done now.
59.
Well, Richie Burnett is a long way behind. But he might not be a long way behind for much longer.
140. Dan, you require 102.
Well, he's back in the same street, they would say, in the Dog and Duck. For
78.
the ball with the second. Shoots across to the treble 13 and finds a bit of joy there to leave 24.
96.
Burnett hits
Dan, you
96,
require
leaving
24.
a 2 single dart combo to tops, but he's
Game
not
shot
going to
the
get
third
there
leg,
as
Dan
Astbury
Astbury.
takes out the double 12 in 16 darts.
Fourth leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Now then, Scott, would you like to know a fun fact?
I have a funny feeling I'm having no choice.
You'd be correct.
81.
It's Richie Burnett. Well, he's struggling with a shoulder injury. They decides to slap said shoulder.
Into oblivion by the looks of it as well.
59.
I can't speak.
Anyway, back to the fun fact. Every single one of Dan Astbury's games today have gone 4-3.
82.
And that's your fun fact to cheer me up, is it?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed that.
Hey, it just means we get to spend more time in one another's company.
56.
Indeed. If that's your fun fact, I hate to see your bad news fact.
$180.
Feels all or nothing at the minute for Richie Burnett, doesn't it?
It is. It's when he gets the first dart in the right place, it seems to all fall
60.
into place.
Richie, you require 158.
Astbury's doing what he's been doing for the last 2 days, all over everything that he needs to hit and not quite hitting it, not having the luck.
98. $60. Richie, you require 60.
I missed the big number, but it shouldn't cause any
Game shot
damage.
the
Isn't going to
fourth leg,
cause any
Richie
damage.
Burnett.
And we are back level at 2-2. And I think we've got a last leg decider on our hands in this
Fifth
one.
leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
He's like a mountain goat, that Richie Burnett, isn't he? That's just hanging on to the edge of the cliff. He never quite goes away, does he?
60.
He never falls over the edge. He's always in the game.
Don't know if he's got tickets to the
60.
Oasis reunion, has Richie Burnett. But I did see this morning that he was playing some music in the players' room, and his style of music is very Oasis-y. Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds.
Deathly silence. I don't think anybody could have predicted that. Thought you might have been a Stereophonics man. Goldie looking chain.
85.
You know, proper Welsh band. Tom Jones.
100.
Well, it's not unusual for Dan Astbury to be in a position where a game is tight.
$81. $180.
As I say, all or nothing.
35.
When he gets that first dart right, it's like they're all on a pinhead. Treble 20 here for Astbury not to be.
63. Richie required 118.
Thought he was about to cry.
40.
Thought he had a shoelace undone.
Dan, you require 72.
I feel like that's got great gift material and potential. Astbury has the potential to go 3-2 up, but it's burnt the opportunity on 72, and so Burnett to get the break and then have the dart to win it in the next. Come on, what was that he said?
46.
And probably some other words as well.
And then probably and undoubtedly hits the treble.
Game shot in the
To
fifth
leave
leg.
it.
Dan Astbury.
Astbury goes 3-2 up with the darts. So 19 dart.
Sixth leg is
leg of-
Richie to throw first.
And I've
Game
got to
on.
say, Richie Burnett's having a good stern talking to himself here.
41.
He does get so angry with himself at times. But we touched on it
56.
earlier where we were saying that it doesn't last for long. He manages to clear his mind before the next throw 9 times out of 10, and it's a
60.
trait that is very difficult to carry out.
$59.
I've been trying to think the last couple of days of the release of Dan and
30.
how and who else releases it. Catwalk Burnett is back. And I think it's a little bit like the flick of Tony O'Shea. Arm up into position, flick right through, no
58.
stopping on it, all rhythm. Similar to Tony O'Shea.
Our good pal Silver. I know he does tune every now and then, so if you are watching Tony, hope you're well, my friend.
100.
Do drop us a message. Hope you're keeping okay, my friend. I haven't seen him for ages, and I absolutely love that man's company. How can he not enjoy his company?
58.
Yeah, just a super guy, and was my England captain for a bit as well. He had a year where he was England captain. Super captain he was for us for a year. Honestly, he was. You look at him as a fellow player in the England team, and just have the ultimate respect for Tony. And
100.
when he kind of said something, he did it. You knew he meant it for you, and he was one that was a real. You know, he was only captain for a short time, but he was a real.
Dan, you require 170.
A real influence on the way that I captain and the way that I see the England team.
For the win, he's not going to find the 170.
98. Richie, you require 129.
72 for Richie. Went for double on the 18s.
Dan, you require 72.
$24 incoming for Astbury in the match.
60. Richie, you require 36.
Not to be, so back comes Burnett to make it 3-3. Beautiful dart to use. He's got 2 darts. He thought it was in. He was off to collect. Oh, and now... now he has one of those oh really moments. It's in the double 4. Not to be this time, Richie.
Dan, you require 12.
Well, he's expecting this to go. He's expecting it to be all over.
Astbury.
And eventually it is all over. Well, we went for the... Well, he's still complaining now, is Richie Burnett. And well, Dan Astbury, he's giving it some... Well, what you can't see as we head to the stats slide is Richie Burnett having a dance. And he's jiggling all the way back down the tunnel. Right, 3 more games to go. We'll have some more darts next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. One more round of games to go. Before the break, we saw Dan Astbury get the better of Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 2. We saw a big game at the top of the table, which Boris Krcmar won 4-1 against Ryan Bransley in Game 10. That feels like a long time ago now. As we head into the final round's worth of play, this is how the table looks. 3 more games to go. Boris Krcmar has control of the group. 16 points to his name. A healthy legs difference as well. Ryan Bransley keeping as tight race as possible behind him. And then you've got Astbury, Petersen, Burnett and Heinsoe, where they're all kind of grappling it out for a spot in Group B on Group B on Thursday and Friday night. So 3 more games to go. And we kick off the final cycler games with a meeting between Boris Krcmar and Niels Heinsoe. Well, Boris looking to complete the card. He won 4 out of 5 on Monday. His one defeat being to Ryan Bransley, when he made sure that that was sorted out with a 4-1 win in his previous match. Those back-to-back 160 checkouts helping him en route to that win, where he averaged in excess of a ton. And his doubling all day long has been absolutely exemplary. 4 from 7, 4 from 10, 4 from 8, 4 from 8. Cracking from Krcmar.
I'm with you, Henry.
47.
No, absolutely. He has been super staff, and you say that he's been the standout of the group. You have to say that, but he's not been on his own. Bransley has been with him all the way, but you wonder how in Boris's match that last defeat of Ryan Bransley is going to affect Ryan. We will soon find out. He is our next game up, taking on Dan Astbury after this one.
60.
But as per usual on Tuesday, with just 5 games to go, when we finish, the table will start to take shape and look more like a finishing table on the Wednesday.
140.
Group B spots to be battled for.
$137. 60. 60. 105. Niels, you require 112. 34.
That is the problem with going that route for the 112. If you're not successful, then you cause yourself a few problems with darts in the way. Boris just rechecking to see what he had.
Niels, you require 78.
Flicked across to the scoreboard just to double check. So 78 here then for Niels. Double 12 now.
66.
Boris, not to be, and
18.
Kind of sums his day up today, really.
$10. Niels, you require 12.
2-6 it is, and I think for a second he thought it was in. Down for double 3. Well, he's had an
9.
opportunity, had multiple opportunities,
require
5 of them
8.
to win this opening leg, and you don't expect Boris to miss this.
Game shot
Boris
the first
won't.
leg.
He gets
Boris
the
Krcmar.
break. And for Niels, that may have been the moment of the match already come and gone.
Second leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
A right smile from Niels on that one, but one of those mistakes that keeps reoccurring for him. He's given himself chances. He's sat at the bottom of the group, but he's given himself opportunities today and yesterday, which he has been unable to take, and then puts him in the mire for the rest of the game, and then real difficulty
81.
in picking up points when you continually make that mistake. But is he one of those
70.
players, do you think, that needs Group C to come now and start on a sort of fresh draw line in the sand? Let's step over Group A. Let's get it gone.
140.
Tomorrow, just concentrate on getting used to the place again, relaxing a little. There's nothing to be gained tomorrow, other than more experience and then a fresh start in Group C.
Yeah, I think if he was offered a tap-out button to go again with 0 points in Group C, I think he would take it just about now. Boris Krcmar had a couple of big 160s against Ryan Bransley, but can't find the 140 there. But I like in those games against Ryan, there was no actual need to take it out. So he leaves himself on a double after 12
30.
to go 2-0 to the good.
Check 45. Boris, you require
Against
32.
Niels, who's, I think, beginning to feel the effects of a long day, a long couple of days here.
No score. $81. Boris, you require 32.
Well, we go again. Double 16.
Down the barrel.
Game shot in the second
And down the
leg.
barrel
Boris
it goes.
Krcmar.
2-0 to Boris.
Third leg
17.
is Niels to throw first. Game on.
Dart leg. $137. I look at those darts and I think, don't they look like an insert on a Parker pen? You know, the refills.
You have to ask Nico. That's
134.
that's more his domain, isn't it?
Well, no, I used to have a Parker pen at school. I couldn't write, but I had all the gear to do the business, but I just couldn't use it very well.
See, I just get a cheap pen from a
60.
local supermarket. Does the job. Plus, I'm very bad at losing pens, so the cheaper the pen, the worse you feel guilty when you do eventually lose it.
Are those the pens that are the same brand as a razor?
No, they're not.
Oh.
They are that cheap, it's its own supermarket brand pens.
140.
Steve West is famous for throwing bookies pens and using them as darts and holding them without a flight and getting them in.
Could do the same with nails.
95. Niels, you
I
require
have nails and I can
164.
throw them when I'm not in a nervous situation and throw them well. But when I get in a nervous situation actually at the exhibition, they start bouncing back at me. So I've got to get my timing a little better
45.
on those.
Then when we see you on the Super Series stage, it's throwing a bag of nails, isn't it?
A whole bag. I do have a 6-inch galvanised nail that has a point
100.
not inserted in it, sort of carved with a lathe in it and a flight on the top that I use at exhibitions. And they look slightly
86.
longer actually than what
Boris, you require
Niels
76.
Heinsoe is throwing. And to be fair, I could use them in a match. They are actually perfectly legal. They are within the legal size.
58. Niels, you require
Well,
33.
Boris has been nailing his colours to the mast. It's Tuesday, but couldn't nail that particular finish.
Yeah.
But a lot of misses for Niels. So 15 left. It's like a game of play your cards right. So he's got a 4 and a 14. What does that leave? 15's going to go higher or low? He's going to go for the 7 and
25.
get the 7.
Boris, you require
went
18.
lower.
10.
You get everything for a pair in this
Niels, you
game,
require
but
8.
Krcmar misses a pair of 9s.
Game shot in the third leg. Niels
Heinsoe gets himself back in it. Apologises.
Fourth leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
And what happens up there on that stage when you get in that state of mind where you feel sorry for
85.
taking a leg? It shows where you are mentally. If you've got the eye of the tiger and you're really
133.
into winning that game, you don't apologise for anything. You don't even apologise hitting a treble 18 going for a treble 20. You take
83.
it. Not that that's happened to me for a long time.
60.
Back when I was 8, I think that last happened. Stone, not age. So I'd have been about 4.
100.
2 more after this. Bransley, Astbury, Burnett against Petersen.
125.
I'm sure we'll have some extended analysis following the end of this session.
We will.
We'll be delving into
100.
every single game played today. Then we've got plenty of other
99.
content
Boris,
for you
require
once
133.
once the darts is done.
$59. Niels, you require 84.
So 84 for Heinsoe. 14 for the bull. Bullseye.
59.
Oh, where's the bull as
Boris, you
well?
require 74.
$20 then for tops. Throws it to one side to give himself clear
Game shot,
vision.
Fourth leg, Boris Krcmar.
And Boris Krcmar takes it out. A nice little
Fifth leg, it's
74
Niels
kill
to throw
there.
first. Game on.
18 dart throw, so Boris here, 22 darts, 19 and
99.
17 for his 3 winning legs.
Do you want to know what's coming up on Pluto
140.
TV once we're done?
Yeah, tell me.
So once we've done analysing all the games, it'll be the Tungsten Talk with Lorraine Winstanley.
45.
Our good friend, Lorraine. Very good broadcaster as well. You worked with her at Lakeside, didn't you, last
Do
year?
indeed, yeah. Knows her stuff, does our Lorraine.
100.
So we've got Tungsten Talk with Lorraine Winstanley, not to be confused with a mid-morning TV presenter, which their accent I can't do. Devon Petersen then will be doing a Tungsten Talk after that.
55.
Then you've got the International Pairs Bullseye Challenge. The story of John Lowe with Trina Gulliver and Chris Murphy. Connie Heenahan's
85.
Tungsten Talk. The Double Trouble Challenge. The story of Dimitri van den Berg. Darts Icons with Russ Bray and George Noble. And
56.
the best of Richie Burnett. I don't think that's going to be a dull watch. Oh, and we can go back through the archives as well because we've got Jensen Walker up against
100.
Spivey Man at Champions Week last time out. Otherwise known as Sam Spivey, his actual name.
41.
Anyway,
Boris, you
76 on the
require
match for Boris
76.
to give himself full control of this group going into tomorrow.
Game shot,
14
and the match,
darter
Boris
rounds the
Krcmar.
day off just like he started it. 5 wins out of 5. Boris Krcmar was unassailable on Tuesday. And he has full control of the group. A 4-1 win against Niels Heinsoe means that he's going to finish on 18. Ryan Bransley can finish on 16 if he could beat Dan Astbury next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series where boys Krcmar got the better of Neil's Heinsoe by 4-1. 2 more games for us to go. Ryan Bransley takes on Dan Astbury. It's game 14 of 15 on this Tuesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Ryan, he's just looking to keep himself to within a couple of points of Boris at the top of the table and hope really that if there is going to be a slip tomorrow from the Croatian that he's in the best possible position to put himself
First leg, it's Ryan
position.
to
So
first. Game on.
it's Ryan with the darts in this one. For Dan Astbury, he could finish the day on 10 points and would guarantee third position, which would make him the
97.
best of the rest. Going into Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge.
58. $100.
For Ryan, that last game would be a real source of disappointment. Went about his business quite nicely throughout the course of the day. It's been consistent throughout, really.
59.
Without being overly spectacular. But I think he just had to put his hands up in that game against Boris. The 2 160s back-to-back is
140.
enough really to crush any player. But he doesn't look like he's one that dwells on
180.
disappointment overly
Ryan,
as
you've got
Astbury piles in a
164.
max. It's a plus to requirements in the respect of it can't leave him a finish. So Bransley does have 6 on this 164 to go 1-0 to the good.
40. $140. Ryan, you require 124.
So 124 for Bransley. Triple 18 leaves the bullseye.
99.
Does not go, and so Astbury returns.
Dan, you require
64
64.
required for the break of throw and for the opening leg. Double 8
Game shot in the first leg.
is
Dan
found,
Astbury.
and Astbury gets a break of throw. He leads 1-0 in this game.
Yeah, good
Second leg, it's Dan to throw
start
first.
to the match for
Game on.
Astbury. 14 dart leg. And we've seen flashes of this from him, haven't we, Henry? But it's just no consistency with it at the moment. We know that he's got it in there, and we know that he can do it. And We had Sam in the commentary box yesterday who knows Dan quite well and said, you know, this is what we see from him.
Yeah, man from Telford. Once upon a time, the destination for the UK Snooker
100.
Championship.
Yeah, it was indeed, wasn't it? Always one of those decisions from here when you go into Telford. Do you take the M6 toll and scoot around the top and come back down, or do you go through the traffic mire that is around Birmingham and try and get there? That last sort of 45 minutes bit going to Telford, it was
56.
always difficult when travelling.
Football team play their games at Bucks Head.
60.
They were the last ever winners of the Setanta Shield, which was effectively the
59.
National League's League Cup. Beat Forest Green Rovers in a penalty shootout in 2009.
91.
You know some stuff, you do. I can't even remember
60.
what colour socks I had on yesterday.
$140
140 for Brantley.
136.
Astbury for 2-0, looking for something big. The second triple goes a
96.
begging.
Ryan, you
Leaves
require
himself
80.
tops. Brantley back for 80.
Can he glance it off the barrel?
70.
No, it glanced off the
Daniel
flight
McGuire,
because you saw the
40.
first dart move. So it didn't help him.
Game shot in the second leg. Dan
Astbury
Astbury.
goes into a 2-0 lead and has the throw.
Third leg, it's Ryan to
No,
throw
he doesn't have
first.
the throw.
Game
Hold
up.
a throw. And Brantley needs to do something with the throw here. He won't panic just yet. But it's all about getting this leg.
60. $60.
Ryan Brantley loses this. Boris Krcmar has virtually got the keys to the group already. Certainly had the secret so
85.
far. Who sung that track?
180.
Urban Cookie Collective, I believe.
That sounds about correct.
60.
Now I've got that stuck in my head.
I used to get my jig on to that down the Young Farmers Disco.
100.
Well, this has been by far Dan Astbury's best performance of the day. 95.86 is his average right now.
60.
It kind of does
Dan,
his
you
thing,
require 161.
Dan, in a way that he could do eye-catching stuff, but he makes it just look fairly normal.
64.
Yeah, he does. And like I say, he does it so well, which is...
180. Dan, you require
Brantley
97.
gesticulating to the board. Where have you been for the last two legs? Now to the camera. Where has it been for the last couple of legs?
Yeah, he's getting very annoyed with oneself at the
39.
moment, it's right, but
Ryan, you require 56.
he's got an opportunity here to reduce the gap back down to 1, and we've seen already today two-leg leads become suppressed and surpassed. And so now it's double 10.
36.
Clips the wire.
Dan, you require 50.
He did that last leg as well, didn't he? Just clipped the wire on the double 10. It's been a friend for him. It's been foe. One perfect dart there to bounce off of, and we saw that.
Ryan, you require 20.
Ricochet off of the other dart.
Game shot in the third leg. Ryan Bransley.
For me, I wonder whether we're seeing reactions here from Bransley now. Is he getting the feeling that maybe the Group A win has gone from him after that result against Boris in his last match? It was way back down on game 10, but
59.
he's had time to sort of fester and sit in that back room with the players' room. And
well, it's the fact that he has been in the players' room for that long, which is probably part of the reason why you could begin to fester, because you're left with your own thoughts. And I think it would have been ideal for Ryan if, I think, was it game 10, wasn't it, the game against Boris? If he came back out
45.
game 13, or as soon as he possibly can, I think maybe it'd be a different scenario. But and also the other games have gone long as well. The Petersen Heinsoe game took a while. The Astbury Burnett game took a while. And even the 4-1 of Boris in the last game wasn't exactly turbo quick. So he's had a lot of time to think about the consequence of that previous defeat. And so I suppose to a certain extent, it's very easy for yourself to get yourself at it.
But for me, it was one of those situations where I don't think he could have done a great deal about that situation. You know, how we said at the time, how many people have ever had 160s back to back against them? I mean, probably in the whole world, you could probably get them on one hand. It's such a rarity to have back to back ones. I'm sure somebody will get hold of us and go, oh, somebody did it here, somebody did it there. Yep, fair play to you. But I've not
86.
seen it in my darting lifetime, and that makes it pretty special. And I won't forget it that Boris has done it either.
59. Ryan, you require 99.
So 99. Which on a warm summer's day on the south coast is quite usually
67.
a popular choice.
It is indeed, and I would have 2 flakes, nuts, and strawberry sauce.
You sound just like my dad.
40.
It's an age thing.
Ryan, you require 32.
For 2-2, having been 2-0 behind.
Game shot in the
Ryan Bransley, he's showing some guts here. It could have so easily gone so wrong for him, particularly after the mass amounts of missed doubles he had in that second leg. But he is back at an equal kilter, and as much as the frustration could have dejected him, in fact, he's using the frustration for his own good, for his own benefit, and he really is turning things around now.
Yeah, he's trying with an element of freedom, isn't he? And that's really good to see. And for Astbury, you have to say,
40.
the nightmares of yesterday, having leads and being pegged back, is on their way back. But so far today, it's been him doing the pegging back. He's been down and out 3-1 twice today and pegged back early doors. But he's playing well here.
140. $100. $100. Ryan, you require 170.
The big fish is not on offer. So Astbury here will have a look at 121 to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead in this contest.
Still good visit in the context of things from Bransley. 74 after 12.
57. Ryan, you require 74.
Treble 14.
That's double 15 left. And he's just whirled around his mind what exactly is now required.
You left it, my son. You get yourself out of it.
44.
Ah, not quite.
Dan, you require 64.
And all the hard work could be undone very quickly here. Brought it back to 2-2 from 2-0 down, but Dan Astbury could just as quickly reassert its authority on the game.
56.
Didn't quite jump on the
Ryan, you
mistake, did he?
require
So,
30.
Brantley, where does he go here? Does he go 10, double 10? Does he actually go straight at it? I think he's got to go straight at it.
Game shot in
And
the
when you
fifth
have
leg,
that
Ryan
ability,
Brantley.
you're going to hit it.
3-2 up from 2-0 behind. And now
Sixth
he
leg,
has
it's
the
Dan to
darts in
throw
his hand
first.
to complete
Game
a
on.
4-2 win.
$95. $85. $81.
You got any ideas for challenges maybe we could do on Pluto TV?
40.
No, something I haven't really thought about.
$100.
Count how many darts it takes for somebody to hit, say, the hole in the number 8 or something like that. Could take some time.
45.
Or you give somebody 21 darts to hit it or something like that. Used to be a game in the pubs. You know, you put your
100.
10p's in the hat. First one to hit it 3 times took the pot.
Tell you what, I love the idea of
45.
working with
Daniel
our
for
sister
125.
channels and doing like maybe like doing some like acting and reproducing some of the famous
61.
scenes of some of the famous shows that are on Pluto TV. And by the way, I'm not doing Baywatch.
No, well, let's be fair. Nobody would want to see that, would they? And we're not doing Mr. Puniverse either.
125. Dan, you require 64.
Before you get any ideas.
I just hope when Harry Met Sally isn't on the channel anyway. 88
Game
to
shot in the
take
fifth
us
leg,
all the
Dan
way
Astbury.
to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. $81. $100.
Well, we go all the way to a last leg decider.
85.
This is important for Brantley to stay in touch in case Boris does slip up tomorrow. And
100.
it may not need to be a slip up from Boris tomorrow. It could be Brantley defeating Boris to level them up and Brantley going 5 out of 5 tomorrow and topping the group. So
58.
there is all to play for here for Brantley. This is a really important leg.
$60.
Well, talk about finding the right stuff at the right time. Second 1-8 of the game from Ryan Brantley. He has found himself in trouble early on in this game. He
59.
could have found himself in
Ryan,
trouble
you
in this
require
leg.
97.
But he's found a max at the perfect time. And the man not too far from the time may well be timing things to perfection now.
57.
Yeah, he's going to be back for the 40 with Astbury on 182.
56. Ryan, you
So
require
tops
40.
to overturn a 2-0 deficit and to go within 2 points of Boris Krcmar in the group.
Game
Double
shot
top
and
is
the match,
fouled.
Ryan
And that was a
Bransley.
result of real resilience for Ryan Bransley in the end. Slow start, but managed to find a way back into it. He won't be overly enamoured with the performance, I don't think. But he will be absolutely glad of that win. Next up, Richie Burnett and Devon Petersen round off our day.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidley!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got one more game to go, and it is Richie Burnett against Devon Petersen. For the break, Ryan Bransley secured a 4-3 win over Dan Astbury to end his day on 16 points. Boris Krcmar is at the top and will be top, irrespective of what happens going into tomorrow's play. 18 points to him, and he'll be the one sleeping the easiest overnight. As far as Devon and Richie are concerned, there was hope that they could maybe beat the movers on moving day, but they've just kind of plateaued. And
First leg is
what I mean
Richie
by
to throw
plateaued, they've
first.
actually receded in the other
Game on.
direction. Dan Astbury's made some gains today, and so now this is a meeting between Devon Petersen in 4th and Richie Burnett in 5th.
60.
Yeah, you feel if either could win this and pop up to 2 more points, they would still be in with a shout
85.
to try and take that Group B place, and not all would be lost. You have to say, it's for the loser,
50.
it's going to feel like an ultimately disastrous day, and one they will be wanting to eradicate from their darting history.
100.
What have you made of the day overall?
You're asking me to be honest here?
I as honest as you want to be
100.
honest.
I think that it's been the Boris and Bransley show, and even to the point that where they played one another
55.
was one of the most interesting games of the day. And I think the other 4 have struggled at times throughout the day against one another, and it's as much
93.
of them struggling and taking points off of each other that have allowed Bransley and Krcmar to get away from them. It's been
42.
difficult. It's been difficult for the chasing pack. The gap was kind of already there at the start of the day, and they kind of knew that was what was going to happen for the rest of the day. So they seem to have mentally kind of let those 2 players go, and when they've had to play them, there hasn't been a lot of fight there against them. But when it comes to one another,
97.
they've been battling away hard, and I think that kind of sums up today. The moving day has been the top 2 moving away from the rest of the pack, and we don't often see that. We don't often see it like that. Still stuff to play for tomorrow,
60.
though. Obviously, the 2 top guys will be
122.
could see themselves in a game of winner takes all.
Now then, Bullseye
74.
does not go, and so Burnett returns
Richie
for
McGuire,
80 to take the opening leg of this contest. Now he's got to be precarious here, because that's the type of dart that could catch. Goes high, but it now means there's a bit of an obscurity when it comes
40.
to tops.
Devon, you require 48.
Which is a target that Devon's now looking at.
Game
And it's the
shot
target
first
that
leg,
Devon
Petersen.
finds for a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on. $180. $100. $60. $100.
Well, traditionally, Wales v South Africa would be a contest on the rugby field as opposed to the darts hockey.
83.
Well, I think these days, Wales v South Africa on a rugby field would be pretty one-sided by the way of the South Africans.
100.
At the minute, it's feeling very one-sided in the favour of the South African Devon Petersen in this game.
85. $135. Devon, you require 93.
Treble 18's the shot now. 68 left.
85.
Hits
Richie
the treble,
requires
leaves himself a
66.
chance, but is Burnett going to allow him back? Or is he going to break straight back? Should get a dart. Will get a dart.
26. Devon, you require 8.
Double four. 2 twos.
4.
Now we'll
you
get
require
3 more.
40.
Devon has opened the door and let Burnett
Game
in, and he
starting
only
the second
needs
leg,
one.
Richie Burnett.
16 dart.
Third
Break
leg
of
is
throw
Richie to
for
throw
Burnett.
first. Game on. $121. $100.
For a second there, it looked like he was preparing to do the long jump with that kind of run up.
I think he was putting his hip back in. I think his hip was being put back in there.
140.
He was having a rub of his hip.
$100. $121. $69. Richie, you require 119.
Burnett 119 for a 2-1 lead and 6 darts from here. May only need the 3. 62 left. So won't chase around what he doesn't have to chase around.
79.
And tops his left after a dozen darts to put himself back into a 2-1 lead.
85. Richie, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot in
He's
the
a
third
friend for
leg,
Burnett.
Richie Burnett.
Once
Fourth leg
again,
is
another
Devon
break
to
of throw.
First. Game on. $41. $140. $100.
Tom from Dev just to stay in touch.
43. $60.
Slightly over pitch there from Burnett. He's got 2 to hit, surely a ton, and that's
100.
exactly what he does.
$85. $95. $81. Richie, you require 123.
So, 2 stabs at the treble 20. Won't want to hit it again now.
103.
Doesn't hit it all up
Devon, you
there.
require 134.
103 scored, 20 left. 134 for Dev. Not going to happen across the treble 18.
58. Richie, you require 20.
Doesn't go for him either, so Burnett and another chance of a break of throw. He's in the big 6. We've seen that a couple of times today.
No score.
Decides
Devon,
to
you require
burst it.
76. $
16 for double top.
36. Richie
Well, is that the
requires
turning
20.
point? Petersen with a chance to make it 2-2. Can Burnett stretch 2 legs clear?
shot in
He
the fourth
finds the
leg,
double
Richie
10, much
Burnett.
to his visible frustration. He moves 3-1 to the good, and importantly now, has the
Fifth leg
darts
is
in his
Richie
hand
to
to
throw
win
first.
4-1, and he tries to grasp
Game
some
on.
inspiration from the speaker in the corner. Now, if that's any other player, then we'd say that's absolutely insane. But with Richie Burnett,
57.
it's just absolutely normal. Can you carry on, Scott? My voice is having a fight with me.
It has become the norm, yes, it has. And I think for a giggle, we should swap the speakers over. Put the other
100.
speaker there and see if it replies differently. I wonder if he'd notice.
You might leave him a little blue in the tooth.
140. $95.
Unfortunately, Henry's here all week. Unfortunately for you, I'm here with him.
Which means Italian Thursday?
55.
Absolutely. I've been smelling calzone since I walked up that London road on Monday morning for the Thursday Italian.
98.
That and a bit of carbonara. Cannot beat it.
Yeah, I had carbonara last time I went there, actually.
$100.
Burnett 149. To get the job done 4-1. Excuse me.
100. Richie, you require 149.
For the match. Can't be done now.
Puts the shoulder back in for the last
97.
dart.
Devon,
And
you
what
require
success it
108.
was.
It's amazing how good you could be if all your limbs are working properly.
38 scored.
When you get to Richie's
92.
age, you're lucky if you've only
Richie
got a shoulder
requires
problem
52.
now. In we go. It's 52-12 for double top.
Game shot and the match.
And it is
Richie
game
Burnett.
shot and the match to Richie Burnett. He moves up a spot in the table. He defeats Devon Petersen 4-1 into the 80s there. That's our final match of the day. We will head into a short ticket video and we will see you on the other side in the studio.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Yes, you could be here on any given Saturday, and it looks like Boris Krcmar's going to be playing Saturday night darts on the South Coast. He completed the card, 5 wins out of 5. You see that big game there at the top of your picture against Ryan Bransley. That was effectively a shootout to see who's going to be top of the table come the end of proceedings. And then in the final round, worth for gains, Boris got the better of Niels Heinsoe by 4x1 to ensure that he completed the card. Ryan Bransley made it 4 out of 5 again, beating Dan Astbury, but it was in a big spot of bother in that game. He trailed 2-0, but managed to get over the line 4-3, and before the break, Richie Burnett got the better of Devon Petersen. So this is how the table looks as we go into tomorrow's action. Boris Krcmar, top of the table, 9 wins out of 10 for him. Ryan Bransley on 16 in behind. Them two are in a league of their own. Astbury, Burnett, Petersen, all on 8. They're going to be duking it out for the Group B honours come the end of play tomorrow. Niels Heinsoe, the bottom of the table, and without a win on Tuesday. With me in the Pluto TV studio in the analyst chair is Scott Mitchell to, well, analyse what we've seen today. Look, let's talk about Boris Krcmar, because from the first start to the last start, he was the player of the day.
We said at the start of the day that he deserved to be top overnight from the first day, because he was top of the averages, top of the 180s. So, yes, he was only top by legs difference, but he showed his class. Once again today, he's done exactly the same. He's come in, set himself a task. That was to win 5 out of 5 today. That's put him 2 points clear. He's about making sure that he's doing the job himself. He's not relying on anybody else to help him. He's put himself at the top of the table by beating Ryan Bransley, who was the one that defeated him yesterday. So that's his only defeat, and that's why Ryan's there at the top with him.
And those 160 finishes, back-to-back legs, that was like being hit with a hammer, wasn't it?
It was like being hit with a hammer, and I said you'd go a long way to see 160 back-to-back finishes anywhere. I've not seen it in my dieting life, in the same game, leg after leg, and I'm sure I'll probably have to wait a few years before I see it again. But young Ryan, it sort of knocked the wind out of him a little bit. And he'd had a few games in the back room there, in the players' room. He'd had to wait 4 or 5 games before he was back on. And he kind of had time to think about what he was doing. So then when he came back on his next game, Ryan was so slow out of the blocks that he was thinking maybe that the group had gone.
In terms of his day altogether, though, can he be... We spoke about the consistency of his play, particularly at the beginning of the session. Can he at least be pleased enough with that? And are we seeing a player that has got depth, doesn't always have to play at his best to claw out results?
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think his levels are different and he's able to compose himself. We spoke about it earlier in the day. There are parts with Ryan Bransley that you see in his game as an experienced player like myself that he's very good at, that come very natural, and they're the parts that you can't teach. So he has a kind of leg up in the game before he starts, because the things that get on everybody else's nerves, he's able to compose himself, calm himself after a couple of seconds and go back in and produce immediately. And that's not the easiest thing to do. And he did that after those back-to-back 160s from Boris, showing his credentials. I still think he has a shot at the top of the table tomorrow. Boris, if he gets the mindset that he's home and dry, Ryan has a shot. And I think if he can beat Boris, he needs somebody else to do him a favour. But at the moment, you can't see anybody from Burnett, Petersen or Astbury doing him a favour to get him to the top at the minute.
What about the others? I suppose the chasing pack, or the Group B pack, I suppose we call it now. Dan Astbury probably had the best day. Devon and Richie kind of regressed a little, didn't they?
They did, and I think you're absolutely right. I think that those three could be hooked up in a battle between themselves for Group B. We know that Group B is 3 from 5, so the odds of getting through are better from Group B. So of those 3 players, they want to be in Group B. There's no two ways about it. And I feel that maybe there could be a squabble between the 3 of them that may let those top 2 sort of kind of get away. I think they're into the distance for them and they're not interested in them now. It'll be about what they do against each other. And maybe if one of them can nick a game off of those top 2, that could be the difference between them qualifying for Group B and not.
And just quickly, some closing thoughts on the day generally.
I think it's been a tough day, because obviously those 2 have led from the front and gone away. And so the others have been scrapping towards the end of the day. Devon hasn't had a particularly good day. Took his time to get going. 3 losses at the start of the day. Richie Burnett, he had double trouble yesterday. And he's had it again today. So they really have found it a struggle today, that are outside the top 2.
Scott, as ever, thank you so much for your company. We shall do it again tomorrow. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, we've got the Tungsten Talk with Lorraine Winstanley, one of the pioneers of the women's game, and also doing some great job in coaching, some great work in broadcasting. We're going to then have the best of Richie Burnett later on tonight. That's at 25 to 9. And then the live darts will return tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Boris Krcmar looking to get the job done in Group A and looking for a place through to Saturday night's final from 7:30. But it is Boris Krcmar who has full control of Group A. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.